Good morning and evening, depending on where you're at in the world. I sincerely apologize for being late. I had some emails from Game Rant about a job application that I needed to quickly get back to answering. So, it was a surprise this morning. Yeah, sorry about that. I did not expect to have emails so soon. But, hey, I'm glad I do have emails, just job stuff, fun stuff. All right. Hmm. Interesting. I don't believe I've changed my microphone settings. Um, how about everyone else? Can you hear me all right? Okay. Also, hello, Nix. How you doing? I mean, considering how janky my computer is, it very well might be that as well, but I'm not entirely sure how to go about increasing my volume. Because I'm not actually that techy of a guy, surprisingly enough. Gucci. Nice. Um, yeah, so today I figured I would do similar to last time. I'd read some H.P. Lovecraft short stories, maybe do a little bit of that, what's it called, roguelike that I was playing before. Um, However, I also believe that I have come across a book I would like to go through. I was wondering about feedback from you guys. It's called I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Um, it's a horror story written in 1967. Yeah, by Harlan Ellison. Um, Let me see here. It won a Hugo Award in 1968 and was named, and the name was also used in a short story collection of Ellison's work. Um, yeah, yeah, it's inspired a lot of games and a lot of other media. Um, but I've never actually gone back and read the actual original. As far as I'm aware, it's about this AI that reached a singularity. The AI is called AM, Allied Master Computer. Um, and I believe it drove humanity to extinction, but kept four humans alive, which it constantly tortures for eternity. It um, will like kill them in brutal ways and then revive them and then just keep on torturing them, removing their humanity and um, just being horrible. Um, so I don't actually know what the story is um, or anything like that, but I've heard great things about it, and also knowing that it's inspired so many things over the years, I've always wanted to go back and read it. Um, you game for it? All right. I'll likely start that either this Thursday or next Monday. Give me some time to like try and advertise it. um, I think that'd be a good one. Usually I'm into like fantasy fiction and like Lord of the Rings and all that stuff. But um, this one is, it just was talking to another streamer the other day and was like, oh shit, like I need to read this book. So I thought that'd be really fun. Yeah. Also, to answer your very first question, Kua, this is a picture of Dagon, the fish god. It's a picture from the short story by the same name, Dagon, where a man is writing his final words before he commits suicide. And he recounts the tale of when he was stranded on a island of blacky, sticky ichor. And as he journeyed across the land, he came across this monolith. And as he observed the monolith, Dagon climbed out of the. Oh, you heard it in the VOD, right? Yeah. Climbs out of the waters and flings its arms about the monolith and cries out in its strange voice. And so this is a artistic interpretation of that moment as Dagon climbs out of the water. And beneath my camera, you can see the head of the protagonist in the story. Yeah, it's a big fishy. So it's one of my favorite short stories thus far. I haven't read all of them, mind you, but it's a classic. So, as well, I'm a little bit late to the start, but now I'm torn. I'm torn between what? I thought you said no mouth or Necronomicon. Well, today I'll be reading the Necronomicon anyway. Um, um, and I can likely, I mean, I'm not sure how long the book is. Let me see. No mouth and I must stream word count. Aw, thanks. Almost 3 hours till bed. Sweet. Alright. It's only got 134 pages. I could probably do it in a couple of weeks, tops. I might be able to do it even in just 1 week. So. Yeah, don't worry about that. But for now, we'll continue with the Necronomicon. And simply in the interest of not knowing where to start, like rather than going through it and selecting one, I'll just start from my bookmarker and read from there, and we'll see where it takes us. Got almost 3 hours till bed, so no need to hold back on length. Do not worry about wanting to continue a book but having to wait until next stream. No, not really. I hope that, like, if I'm in the middle of a book, we reach a chapter or a cliffhanger and be like, all right, continue next time on, Chuckles Reads. And hopefully that will, hopefully people can make it back to continue. and they'll be invested enough to actually want to come back. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, a little bit of teasing, a little bit of edging. That's what it's all about. Oh dear. Um, anyway, on that note, um, the next short story here um, is the doom that came to Sarnath, and we'll just dive in if everyone's ready. All right. There is in the land of Minar a vast still lake that is fed by no stream, and out of which no stream flows. 10,000 years ago there stood by its shore a mighty city of Sarnath, but Sarnath stands there no more. It is told that in the immemorial years when the world was young, before ever the men of Sarnath came to the land of Minar, another city stood beside the lake, the grey stone city of Ib, which was old as the lake itself, and peopled with beings not pleasant to behold. Very odd and ugly were these beings, as indeed are most beings of the world, yet inchoate and rudely fashioned. It is written on the brick cylinders of Cadetheron that that the beings of Ib were in hue as green as the lake and the mists that rise above it, that they had bulging eyes, pouting flabby lips, and curious ears, and were without voice. It is also written that they descended one night from the moon in a mist, they and the vast still lake, and the greystone city of Ib. However this may be, it is certain that they worshipped a sea-green stone idol chiseled in the likeness of Bokrug, the great water lizard, before which they danced horribly when the moon was gibbous. And it is written in the papyrus of Ilarnek that they one day discovered fire, and thereafter kindled flames on many ceremonial occasions. But not much is written of these beings, because they lived in very ancient times, and man is young, and knows but little of their very ancient living things. After many eons, men came to the land of Minar, dark shepherd folk with their fleecy flocks, who built Thra, Ilarnek, and Kedetheron on the winding river of Ai. And certain tribes, more hardy than the rest, pushed on the border of the lake and built Sarnath, at a spot where precious metals were found in the earth. Not far from the grey city of Ib did the wandering tribes lay the first stones of Sarnath, and at the beginnings of Ib they marveled greatly. But with their marvelings was mixed hate, for they thought it not meet that beings of such aspect should walk about the world of men at dusk. Nor did they like the strange sculptures upon the grey monoliths of Ib, for those sculptures lingered so late in the world, even until the coming men, none can tell, unless it was because the land of Minar is very still, and remote from most other lands, both of the waking and of the dream. As the men of Sarnath beheld more of the beings of Ib, their hate grew, and it was not less because they found the beings weak, and soft as jelly to the touch of stones and arrows. So one day the young warriors, the slingers and the spearmen and the bowmen, marched against Ib, and slew all the inhabitants thereof, pushing the queer bodies into the lake with long spears, because they did not wish to touch them, and because they did not like the grey sculptured monoliths of Ib, they cast these also into the lake, wondering from the greatness of the labor, however the stones were brought from afar, as they must have been, since there is not like them in the land of Minar, or in the lands adjacent. Thus, the very ancient city of Ib was nothing spared. save the sea-green stone idol chiseled in the likeness of Bokrug, the water lizard. This the young warriors took back with them as a symbol of their conquest over the old gods and the beings of Ib, and as a sign of leadership in Manar. But on the night it was set up in the temple, a terrible thing happened. A terrible thing must have happened, for weird lights were seen over the lake, and in the morning the people found the idol gone, and the high priest Taran Ish lying dead, as from some fear unspeakable. And before he died, Taran Ish had scrawled upon the altar of the chrysolite with coursey, shaky strokes the sign of doom. After Taran Ish, there were many high priests in Sarnath, but never was the sea-green stone idol found. And many centuries came and went, wherein Sarnath prospered exceedingly, so that only priests and old women remembered what Taran Ish had scrawled upon the altar of chrysolite. Betwixt Sarnath and the city of Ilarek arose a caravan route, and the precious metals from the earth were exchanged for other metals and rare cloths and jewels and books and tools for artificers and all the things of luxury that are known to the people who dwell along the winding river of Ai and beyond. So Sarnath waxed mightily and learned and beautiful, and sent forth conquering armies to subdue the neighboring cities, and in time there sat upon a throne in Sarnath the kings of all the land of Manar, and of many lands adjacent. The wonder of the world, and the pride of all mankind, was Sarnath the Magnificent. Of polished desert quarried marble were its walls, in height 300 cubits, and in breadth 75, so that chariots might pass each other as men drove them along the top. For full 500 stadia did they run, being open only to the side toward the lake, where the green stone sea wall kept back the waves that rose oddly once a year at the festival of the destroying of Ib. In Sarnath were 50 streets from the lake of the gates of the caravans, and 50 more intersecting them. With onyx were they paved, save those whereon the horses and camels and elephants trot, which were paved with granite. And the gates of Sarnath were as many as the landward ends of the streets, each of bronze and flanked by the figures of lions and elephants graven from some stone no longer known to men. The houses of Sarnath were of glazed brick and chalcedony, each having its walled garden and crystal lakelet. With strange art were they built, for no other city had houses like them, and travelers from Thra and Ilarnek and Keretharon marveled at the shining domes wherewith they were surmounted. I'm pausing there quickly. Kua saying nothing good ever happens when man worshipping monstrous entities discovering fire. That's what Dark Souls has shown. These waves be whack every year on a certain festival remembering massive destruction. Suspicious. Suspicious indeed. Just crack open a Coke here. Of course not. Why would it? But more marvelous still were the palaces and the temples and the gardens made by Zokar, the olden king. There were many places, the last of which were mightier than any in Thra or Ilarnek or Kerethron. So high were they that one within might sometimes fancy himself beneath only the sky. Yet when lighted with torches and dipped in the oil of Dothur, their walls showed a vast paintings of kings and armies of a splendor at once inspiring and stupefying to the beholder. Many were the pillars of the palaces, all of tinted marble and carven into designs of surpassing beauty. and in most of the palaces the floors were mosaic of beryl and lapis lazuli, and sardonyx, and carbuncle, and other choice materials, so disposed that the beholder might fancy himself walking over the beds of the rarest flowers. And there were likewise fountains which cast scented waters about in pleasing jets arranged with cunning art. Outshining all others was the palace of the king of Manar, and of the land adjacent. On a pair of golden crouching lions rested the throne, many steps above the gleaming floor, and it was wrought of one piece of ivory, though no man lives who knows whence so vast a piece could have come. In that palace there were also many galleries and many amphitheatres, where lions and men and elephants battled at the pleasure of the kings. Sometimes the amphitheatres were flooded with water conveyed from the lake in a mighty aqueducts, and then were enacted stirring sea fights, or combats betwixt swimmers and deadly marine things. Lofty and amazing were the 17 tower-like temples of Sarnath, fashioned of bright multicolored stone not known elsewhere. A full 1,000 cubits high stood the greatest among them, wherein the high priests dwelt with a magnificent sarci of less than that of the kings. Of scarce less than that of the kings. On the ground were halls as vast as splendid as those in the palaces, where gathered throngs in worship of Zokalar and Tarmash and Loban, the chief gods of Sarnath, whose increase enveloped shrines, or as the thrones of monarchs. Not like the icons of other gods were those of Zokar and Tamash and Loban. For so close to life were they that one might swear the graceful bearded gods themselves sat on the ivory thrones. And upon unending steps of the zircon was the tower chamber, where from the high priest looked out over the city, and the plains, and the lake at bay, and at the cryptic moon and the significant stars and planets, and their reflections in the lake at night. Here was here was done the very secret and ancient rite of detestation of Bokrug, the water lizard, and here rested the altar of chrysolite, which bore the doom scrawl of Taran Ish. Yeah, these guys are very wealthy. Wonderful, likewise, were the gardens made by Zokar, the old king. In the center of Sarnath they lay, covering a great space and encircled by a high wall. And they were surmounted by a mighty dome of glass, through which the sun shone, and the moon and the planets when it was clear, and from which were hung fulgent images of the sun and moon and stars and planets when it was not clear. In summer the gardens were cooled with fresh odorous breezes skillfully wafted by fans, and in winter they were heated with concealed fires, so that in those gardens it was always spring. There ran little streams over bright pebbles, divided meads of green and gardens of many hues, and spanned by multitudes of bridges. Many were the waterfalls in their courses, and many were the lilied lakelets into which they expanded. Over the streams and lakelets rode white swans, whilst the music of rare birds chimed in with the melody of the waters. In ordered terraces rose the green banks, adorned here and there with bowers of vines and sweet blossoms, and seats and benches of marble and porphyry. And there were many small shrines and temples where one might rest to pray to small gods. Each year there was celebrated in Sarnath the feast of the destroying of Ib, at which time wine, song, dancing, and merriment of every kind abounded. Great honors were then paid to the shades of those who had annihilated the odd ancient beings, and the memory of those beings and their elder gods was derided by dancers and lunatists crowned with roses from the gardens of Zokar, and the kings would look out over the lake and curse the bones of the dead that lay beneath it. At first the high priests liked not the festivals, for there had descended amongst them queer tales of how the sea-green icons had vanished, and how Taran Ish had died from fear and left a warning. And they said that from their high tower they sometimes saw lights beneath the water of the lake. But as many years passed without calamity, even the priests laughed and cursed and joined in the orgies of the feasters. Indeed, they had not themselves, in their high tower, often performed the very ancient and secret rite of detestation of the Bokrug, the water lizard, and 1,000 years of riches and delight passed over Sarnath, the wonder of the world. Gorgeous beyond thought was the feast of the 1,000th year of the destroying of Ib. For a decade it had been talked of in the land of Manar, and as it drew nigh, there came to Sarnath on horses and camels and elephants men from Thra, Elarnek, and Cadetheron, cities of Manar, and the lands beyond. Before the marbled walls, on the appointed night, were pitched the pavilions of princes and the tents of travellers. Within within his banquet hall reclined Nagris Hai, the king, drunken with ancient wine from the vaults conquered of Panoth, and surrounded by feasting nobles and hurrying slaves. There were eaten many strange delicacies at the feast: peacocks from the distant hills of Implan, heels from the camels of the Benazik desert, nuts and spices from Sidurthian groves, and pearls from the wave-washed metal dissolved in the vinegar of Thra. Of sauces there were untold numbers, prepared by the subtlest cooks in all of Manar, and suited to the palate of every feaster. But most prized of all were the viands. But most prized of all the viands were the great fishes from the lake, each of vast size and served upon golden platters set with rubies and diamonds. I do believe it was a tradition back in the um, late medieval and early Victorian age to dissolve pearls and drink them. They were considered to have like some healthy things like mystical benefits or whatever. It was one of those old superstitions. I've heard about it in other books. Yep, they would dissolve it in vinegar and then drink it. As far as I'm aware, at least. I never actually really looked into it myself, but I've heard it mentioned in other texts as well. Yeah, that's not the worst of it. It probably led to a lot of kidney stones. But um, yeah, though I do know that like I'm not sure about camel feet, but like hooves and stuff could be boiled and down into like a gelatinous substance, I believe, or they would be softened so that you could eat them. I'm not entirely sure about that one, but I think I've heard about that. Yeah, like bone broth. Yeah. Anyway, whilst the king and his nobles feasted within the palace and viewed the crowning dish as it awaited them on the golden platters, others feasted elsewhere. In the tower of the great temple the priests held revels, and in the pavilions without the walls the princes of the neighboring lands made merry. And it was the high priest Gnai Ka who first saw the shadows that descended from the gibbous moon into the lake, and the damnable green mists that arose from the lake to meet the moon, and to shroud in its sinister haze the towers and the domes of the fated Sarnath. Thereafter, those in the towers and without the walls beheld strange lights on the water, and saw that the grey rock Akurion, which was wont to rear high above it near the shore, was almost submerged, and fear grew vaguely yet swiftly, so that the prince of Elarnek and of the far Rokal took down and folded their tents and pavilions, and departed, though they scarce knew the reason why. Then, close to the hour of midnight, all the bronze gates of Sarnath burst open and emptied forth a frenzied throng that blackened the plain, so that all the visiting princes and travelers fled away in fright. For on the faces of this throng was writ a madness born of horror, unendurable, and on their tongues were words so terrible that no hearer paused for proof. Men whose eyes were wild with fear shrieked aloud of the sight within the king's banquet hall, where through the windows were seen no longer the forms of Nargris High and his noble and slaves, but a horde of indescribable green voiceless things with bulging eyes, pouting, flabby lips, and curious ears. Things which danced horribly, bearing in their paws golden platters set with rubies and diamonds, and containing uncouth flames. And the princes and the travelers, as they fled from the doomed city of Sarnath on their horses and camels and elephants, looked again upon the mist begetting the lake, and saw the grey rock Akutian was quite submerged. Through all the land of Manar and the land adjacent spread the tales of those who had fled Sarnath, and the caravans sought that accursed city and its precious metals no more. It was long ere any travellers went thither, and even only then the brave and adventurous young men of yellow hair and blue eyes, who are no kin to the men of Manar, these men indeed went to the lake to view Sarnath. But though they found the vast still lake itself and the grey rock of Kurion, which rears its head high above the lake near the shore, they beheld not the wonder of the world and pride of all mankind. Where once had risen walls 300 cubits, and towers yet higher, now stretched only the marshy shore, and where once had dwelt 50 million of men, now crawled the detestable water lizard. Not even the mines of the precious metal remained. Doom had come to Sarnath. But half buried in the rushes was spied a curious green idol, an exceedingly ancient idol, chiseled in the likeness of Bokrug, the great water lizard. That idol, enshrined in the high temple at Ilarnek, was subsequently worshipped beneath the gibbous moon throughout the land of Manar. And that's the end of the Doom of Sarnath. Yep. That's the end. It's very abrupt. It's just like, yep, it vanished, and they now worship the idol of Bokrug. I always thought that one came to quite the, like, it's been so long setting up the city of Sarnath, and it's just like fucked. um, it might be Dagon, the fish god. Um, I'm not entirely sure. It would make sense. I'm not sure if Lovecraft was just writing, um, another story, or if he intended a mythos, or like I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, 60% of the story is describing the riches. Yeah, it's a bit excessive. Um, this next one is a little bit more interesting, I believe. It is called The Nameless City. Would you guys like a break before diving in, or would you just like to go? Oh, I got my can of Coke and I got a bottle of water next to me. I'm keeping hydrated, don't worry. This isn't my first rodeo. Alright. I like this one. Let's see if you guys like it. Yeah, my second one. The Nameless City. When I drew nigh the Nameless City, I knew it was accursed. I was traveling in a parched and terrible valley under the moon, and afar I saw protruding uncannily above the sands as part of a corpse may protrude from an ill-made grave. Fear spoke from the age-worn stones of this hoary. Of this. I don't know that word. Fear spoke from the age-worn stones of this hoary survivor of the deluge, this great grandmother of the eldest pyramid, and a viewless aura repelled me and bade me retreat from antique and sinister secrets that no man should see, and no man else had ever dared to see. A quarry, is it like a dig site? It's not a quarry. Quarry. It's spelled Hoary. I'm going to look it up here. Hoary. Let me see here.
Hori.
Okay, it's pronounced hoary. Gray or white, as with age, covered with a grayish hair or pubescence, so old as to inspire veneration or ancient. Interesting. So fear spoke from the age-worn stones of this ancient survivor of deluge. So this horrid survivor of deluge. This great-grandmother of the eldest pyramid. And a viewless aura repelled me and bade me retreat from this antique and sinister secret that no man should see and no man else had ever dared to see. Yeah, so old. Remote in the desert of Araby lies the nameless city, crumbling and inarticulate, its low walls nearly hidden by the sands of uncounted ages. It must have been thus before the first stones of Memphis were laid, and while the bricks of Babylon were yet unbanked. There is no legend so old as to give it a name, or to recall that it ever was alive. But it is told of in whispers around campfires and muttered about by grandmas in the tents of the sheiks, so that all of the tribes shun it, without wholly knowing why. It was of this place that Abdul Alzared, the mad poet, dreamed on the night before he sang his unexplainable couplet. That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die. I should have known that the Arabs had good reason for shunning the nameless city, the city told of in strange tales, but seen by no living man. Yet I defied them, and went into the untrodden waste with my camel. I alone have seen it, and that is why no other face bears such hideous lines of fear as mine, why no other man shivers so horribly when the night wind rattles the windows. When I came upon it in the ghastly stillness of unending sleep, it looked at me, chilly from the rays of a cold moon amidst the desert's heat. And as I returned its look, I forgot my triumph at finding it, and stopped still with my camel to wait for dawn. For hours I waited, till the east grew gray and the stars faded, and the gray turned to roseate light edged with gold. I heard him moaning, and saw a storm of sand stirring among the antique stones, though the sky was clear and the vast reaches of the desert still. Then, suddenly above the desert's far rim came the blazing edge of the sun, seen through the tiny sandstorm which was passing away, and in my fevered state I fancied that from some remote depth there came a crash of musical metal to hail the fiery disk, as Memnon hails it from the banks of the Nile. My ears rang and my imagination seethed as I let my camel slowly across the sand to the unvocal place, that place which I alone of living men had seen. In and out amongst the shapeless foundations of houses and places I wandered, finding never a carving or inscription to tell of these men, if men they were, who built the city and dwelt therein so long ago. The antiquity of the spot was unwholesome, and I longed to encounter some sign or device to prove that the city was fashioned by mankind. There were certain proportions and dimensions in the ruins which I did not like. I had with me many tools and dug much within the walls of the obliterated edifices, but progress was slow, and nothing significant was revealed. When night and the moon returned, I felt a chill wind which brought new fear, so that I did not dare to remain in the city, and as I went outside the antique walls to sleep, a small sighing sandstorm gathered behind me, blowing over the grey stones, though the moon was bright and most of the desert was still. I awaked just at dawn from a pageant of horrible dreams, my ears ringing as from some metallic peal. I saw the sun peering redly through the last gusts of a little sandstorm that hovered over the nameless city and marked the quietness of the rest of the landscape. Once more I ventured within those brooding ruins that swelled beneath the sand like an ogre under a coverlet, and again dug vainly for relics of the forgotten race. At noon I rested, and in the evening I spent much time tracing the walls and bygone streets and the outlinings of the nearly vanished buildings. I saw that the city had been mighty indeed, and wondered at the source of its greatness. To myself I pictured all of the splendor of an age so distant that Chaldea could not recall it, and the thought of Sarnath of the Doomed that stood at the land of Manar when mankind was young, and of Ib that was carven of grey stone before mankind existed. All at once I came upon a place where the bedrock rose stark through the sand and formed a low cliff. And here I saw with joy what seemed to promise further traces of the antediluvian people. Hewn rudely on the face of the cliff were the unmistakable facades of several small squat rock houses or temples, whose interiors might preserve many secrets of ages too remote for calculation, though sandstorms had long since effaced any carvings which may have been outside. Very low and sand-choked were all the dark apertures near me, but I cleared one away with my spade, and crawled through it, carrying a torch to reveal whatever mysteries it might hold. When I was inside, I saw the cavern was indeed a temple, and beheld plain signs of the race that had lived and worshipped before the desert was a desert. Primitive altars, pillars, and niches, all curiously low, were not absent, and though I saw no sculptures or frescoes, there were many singular stones clearly shaped into symbols by artificial means. The lowness of the chiseled chamber was very strange, for I could hardly kneel upright, but the area was so great that my torch showed only part of it at a time. I shuddered oddly in some of the far corners, for certain altars and stones suggested forgotten rites of terrible, revolting, and inexplicable nature, and made me wonder what manner of men could have made and frequented such a temple. When I had seen all that the place contained, I crawled out again, avid to find what the other temples might yield. Night had now approached. Yet the tangible things I had seen made curiosity stronger than fear, so that I did not flee from the long moon-cast shadows that had daunted me when I first saw the nameless city. In the twilight, I cleared another aperture, and with a new torch crawled into it, finding more vague stones and symbols, though nothing more definite than the other temple had contained. The room was just as low, but much less broad, ending in a very narrow passage crowded with obscure and cryptical shrines. About these shrines I was prying when the noise of a wind and my camel outside broke through the stillness and drew me forth to see what could have frightened the beast. The moon was gleaming vividly over the primitive ruins, lighting a dense cloud of sand that seemed blown by a strong but decreasing wind from the point along the cliff ahead of me. I knew it was this chilly, sandy wind which had disturbed the camel, and was about to lead him to a place of better shelter when I chanced to glance up and saw that there was no wind atop the cliff. This astonished me and made me fearful again, but I immediately recalled the sudden local winds that I had seen and heard before at sunrise and sunset, and judged it was a normal thing. I decided it came from some rock fissure leading to a cave, and watched the troubled sand to trace it to its source, soon perceiving that it came from the black orifice of a temple a long distance south of me, almost out of sight. Against the choking sand cloud I plodded toward this temple, which as I neared it loomed larger than the rest, and showed a doorway far less clogged and caked with sand. I would have entered had not the terrific force of the icy wind almost quenched my torch. It poured madly out of the dark door, sighing uncannily as it ruffled the sands and spread among the weird ruins. Soon it grew fainter, and the sand grew more and more still, till, finally, all was at rest again, but a presence seemed stalking among the spectral stones of the city, and when I glanced at the moon it seemed to quiver, as though mirrored in unquiet waters. I was more afraid than I could explain, but not enough to dull my thirst for wonder, so as soon as the wind was quiet again, I crossed into the darkness of the chamber from which it had come. Oh no, he's staying during the night. He's fucked. Probably. This temple, as I fancied from the outside, was larger than either of those I had visited before, and was presumably a natural cavern, since it bore winds from some region beyond. Here I could stand quite upright, but saw that the stones and altars were as low as those in the other temples. On the walls and roof I beheld for the first time some traces of pictorial art of the ancient race, curious curling streaks of paint that had almost faded or crumbled away, and on two of the altars I saw, with rising excitement, a maze of well-fashioned, curvilinear carvings. As I held my torch aloft, it seemed to me that the shape of the roof was too regular to be natural, and I wondered what prehistoric cutters of stone had first worked upon. Their engineering skill must have been quite vast. Then a brighter flare of the fantastic flame showed that for which I had been seeking, the opening to those remoter abysses whence the sudden wind had blown, and I grew faint when I saw that it was a small and plainly artificial door, chiseled in the solid rock. I thrust my torch within, beholding a black tunnel, with the roof arching low over a rough flight of very small, numerous, and steeply descending steps. I shall always see those steps in my dreams, for I came to learn what they meant. At the time I hardly knew whether to call them steps or mere footholds in a precipitous descent. My mind was whirling with mad thoughts, and the and warnings of Arab prophets seemed to float across the desert from the lands that men know, to the nameless city that men dared not know. Yet I hesitated, only for a moment before advancing through the portal and commencing to climb cautiously down the steep passage, feet first, as though on a ladder. It is only in the terrible phantasms of drugs or delirium that any other man can have such a descent as mine. The narrow passage led me infinitely down, like some hideous haunted well, and the torch I held above my head could not light the unknown depths towards which I was crawling. I lost track of the hours, and forgot to consult my watch, though I was frightened when I thought of the distance I must be traversing. There were changes of direction and of steepness, and once I came to a low, long, level passage where I had to wriggle my feet first along the rocky floor, holding out the torch at arm's length beyond my head. The place was not high enough for kneeling. After that were more of the steep steps, and I was still scrambling down interminably when my failing torch died out. I do not think I noticed it at the time, for when I did notice it, I was still holding it above me as though it were ablaze. I was quite unbalanced with that instinct for the strange and the unknown which had made me wander upon the earth, and a haunter of far ancient and forbidden places. In the darkness there flashed before my mind fragments of my cherished treasury of demonic lore, sentences from Alzared, the mad Arab, paragraphs from the apocryphal nightmares of Damascus, and infamous lines from the delirious Image du Monde of Gauthier de Metz. I repeated queer extracts of muttered of Afrasiab, and the demons that floated with him down the Oxus, later chanting over and over again a phrase from one of the Lord Dunsany's tales, the unreverberated blackness of the abyss. Once, when the descent grew amazingly steep, I recited something in a sing-song from Thomas More, and until I feared to recite more. Yeah, well, welcome back, Orlandia. Sorry, I recited something in a sing-song voice from Thomas More until I feared to recite more. A reservoir of darkness black, as witches' cauldrons are when filled, with moon drugs in the clips distilled, learning to look if foot might pass, down through the chasm I saw beneath, as far as vision could explore, the jetty sides as smooth as glass, looking as if just vanished o'er. With that dark pitch, the seat of death throws out upon its slimy shore. Time had quite ceased to exist when my feet again felt a level floor, and I found myself in a place slightly higher than the rooms in the two smaller temples, now so incalculably far above my head I could not quite... now so incalculably far above my head. I could not quite stand, but could kneel upright in the dark, and in the dark I shuffled, and crept hither and thither at random. I soon knew that I was in a narrow passage whose walls were lined with cases of wood having glass fronts. As in that Paleozoic and abysmal place I felt of such things as polished wood and glass, I shuddered at the possible implications. The cases were apparently ranged along each side of the passage at regular intervals, and were oblong and horizontal, hideously like coffins in shape and size. When I tried to move two or three for a further examination, I found that they were firmly fastened. I saw that the passage was a long one, so floundered ahead rapidly in a creeping run that would have seemed horrible had any eye watched me in the blackness, crossing from side to side occasionally to feel my surroundings and be sure that the walls and rows of cases still stretched on. Man is so used to thinking visually that I almost forgot the darkness and pictured the endless corridor of wood and glass in its low, studded monotony, as though I had just saw it. And then, in a moment of indescribable emotion, I did see it. Just when my fancy merged into real sight, I cannot tell, but there came a gradual glow ahead, and all at once I knew that I saw the dim outlines of the corridor and the cases, revealed by some unknown subterranean phosphorescence. For a little while, all was exactly as I had imagined it, since the glow was very faint. But as I mechanically kept stumbling ahead into the stronger light, I realized that my fancy had been but feeble. This hall was no relic of crudity like the temples in the city above, but a monument of the most magnificent and exotic art. Rich, vivid, and daringly fantastic designs and pictures formed a continuous scheme of mural painting whose lines and colors were beyond description. The cases were of strange golden wood, with fronts of exquisite glass, and containing the mummified forms of creatures outreaching in grotesqueness that the most chaotic dreams of man. To convey any idea of these monstrosities is simply impossible. They were of the reptile kind, with body lines suggesting something the crocodile, sometimes the seal, but more often nothing of which either the naturalist or the paleontologist ever had heard. In size they approximated a small man, and their forelegs bore delicate and evident feet curiously like human hands and fingers, but strangest of all were their heads, which presented a contour violating all known biological principles. To nothing can such things be well compared. In one flash I thought of comparisons as varied as the cat, the bulldog, the mythical satyr, the human being. Not Jove himself had so colossal and not Jove himself had so colossal and protuberant a forehead. Yet the horns and the noselessness of the alligator-like jaws placed the thing outside all established categories. I debated for a time the reality of the mummies, half suspecting they were artificial idols, but soon decided that they were indeed some Paleologian species that had lived when the nameless city was alive. To crown their grotesqueness, most of them were grossly enrobed in the costliest of fabrics, and lavishly laden with ornaments of gold, jewels, and unknown shining metals. The importance of these crawling creatures must have been vast, for they held first place among the wild designs on the frescoed walls and ceilings. With matchless skill had the artists drawn them in a world of their own, wherein they had cities and gardens fashioned to suit their dimensions, and I could not help but think that their pictured history was allegorical, perhaps shewing the progress of the race that worshipped them. These creatures, I said to myself, were to men of the timeless city what the she-wolf was to Rome, or some totem beast is to a tribe of Indians. Holding this view, I could trace roughly a wonderful epic of nameless city, the tales of a mighty seacoast metropolis that had ruled the world before Africa rose out of the waves, and of its struggles as the sea shrank away, and the desert crept into the fertile valley that it had once held. I saw its wars and triumphs, its troubles and defeats, and afterward its terrible fight against the desert when thousands of its people, here represented in allegory by the grotesque reptiles, were driven to chisel their way down in the rock, some marvelous manner to another world whereof their prophet had told them. It was all vividly weird and realistic, and its connection with the awesome descent that I had made was unmistakable. I even recognized the passages. As I crept along the corridor toward the brighter light, I saw later stages of the painted epic. The leaving, the leave taking of the race that had dwelt in the nameless city and the valley around for 10 million years. The race whose souls shrank from quitting scenes their bodies had known so long, where they had settled as nomads in the earth's youth, hewing in the virgin rock those primal shrines at which they had never ceased to worship. Now that the light was better, I studied the pictures more closely, and remembering that the strange reptiles must represent the unknown men, pondered upon the customs of the nameless city. Many things were peculiar and inexplicable. The civilization, which included a written alphabet, had seemingly risen to a higher order than those immeasurably later civilizations of Egypt and Chaldea, yet there were curious omissions. I could, for example, find no pictures to represent deaths or funeral customs, save such as were related to wars, violence, and plagues, and I had wondered at the reticence shown and concerning natural death. It was as though an ideal of immortality had been fostered as a cheering illusion. Still nearer the end of the passage were painted scenes of the utmost picturesqueness and extravagance. Contrasted views of the nameless city in its desertion and growing ruin, and of the strange new realm of paradise to which the race had hewed its way through the stone. In these views the city and the desert valley were shewn always by moonlight, golden nimbus hovering over the fallen walls, and half revealing the splendid perfection of former times, shown spectrally and elusively by the artist. The paradisal scenes were almost too extravagant to be believed, portraying a hidden world of eternal day filled with glorious cities and ethereal hills and valleys. At the very least, I thought I saw signs of an artistic anticlimax. The paintings were less skillful and much more bizarre than even the wildest of the earlier scenes. They seemed to record a slow decadence of the ancient stock, coupled with the growing ferocity toward the outside world from which it was driven by the desert. The forms of the people, always represented by the sacred reptiles, appeared to be gradually wasting away, though their spirit was, as shewn hovering above the ruins by moonlight, gained in proportion. Emaciated priests, displayed as reptiles in ornate robes, cursed the upper air and all who breathed it, and one terrible final scene showed a primitive-looking man, perhaps a pioneer of ancient Irem, the city of pillars, torn to pieces by members of the elder race. I remember how the Arabs feared the nameless city, and was glad that beyond this place the grey walls and ceilings were bare. As I viewed the pageant of mural history, I had approached very closely the end of the low-ceilinged hall, and was aware of a gate through which came all of the illuminating phosphorescence. Creeping up to it, I cried aloud in transcendent amazement at what lay beyond, for instead of other and brighter chambers, there was only an illimitable void of uniform radiance, such as one might fancy when gazing down from the peak of Mount Everest upon a sea of sunlight mist. Behind me was a passage so cramped that I could not stand upright in it. Before me was an infinity of subterranean effulgence. Reaching down from the passage into the abyss was the head of a steep flight of stairs, small numerous steps like those of the black passages I had traversed, but after a few feet of the glowing vapors concealed everything. Swung back open against the left hand wall of the passage was a massive door of brass, incredibly thick and decorated with fantastic bas-reliefs, which could, if closed shut, the whole inner world of light away from the vaults and passages of rock. I looked at the steps, and for the nonce dared not to try them. I touched the open brass door and could not move it. Then I sank prone to the stone floor, my mind aflame with prodigious reflections which not even death-like exhaustion could banish. As I lay still with closed eyes, free to ponder many things I had lightly noted in the frescoes, came back to me with new and terrible significance, scenes representing the nameless city in its heyday, the vegetation of the valley around it, and the distant lands with which its merchants traded. The allegory of the crawling creatures puzzled me by its universal prominence, and I wondered that it would be so closely followed in a pictured history of such importance. In the frescoes of the nameless city, sorry, in the frescoes the nameless city had been shown in proportions fitted to the reptiles. I wondered what its real proportions and magnificence had been, and reflected a moment on certain oddities I had noticed in the ruins. I thought curiously of the lowness of the primal temples and of the underground corridor, which were doubtless hewn thus out of deference to the reptile deities they honored, though it perforce reduced the worshippers to crawling. Perhaps the very rites here involved the crawling in imitation of the creatures. No religious theory, however, could easily explain why the level passages in that awesome descent should be as low as the temples, or lower, since one could not even kneel in it. As I thought of the crawling creatures whose hideous mummified forms were so close to me, I felt a new throb of fear. Mental associations are curious, and I shrank from the idea that, except for the poor primitive man torn to pieces in the last painting, mine was the only human form amidst the many relics and symbols of primordial life. But, as always in my strange and roving existence, wonder soon drove out fear, for the luminous abyss and what it might contain presented a problem worthy of the greatest explorer. That a weird world of mystery lay far down that flight of peculiarly small steps, I could not doubt, and I hoped to find there those human memorials which the painted corridor had failed to give. The frescoes and pictured unbelievable cities and valleys in its lower realm, and my fancy dwelt on the rich and colossal ruins that awaited me. My fears, indeed, concerned the past rather than the future. Not even the physical horror of my position in that cramped corridor of dead reptiles and antediluvian frescoes, miles below the world I knew and faced by another world of eerie light and mist, could match the lethal dread I felt of the abysmal antiquity of the scene and its soul. The ancientness, so vast that measurement is feeble, seemed to leer down from the primal stones and the rock-hewn temples of the nameless city, while the very latest of the astounding maps in the frescoes showed oceans and continents that man has forgotten, with only here and there some vaguely familiar outline of what could have happened in the geological ages since the paintings ceased and the death-hating race resentfully succumbed to decay. No man might say. Life had once teemed in these caverns and in the luminous realm beyond. Now I was alone with vivid relics, and I trembled to think of the countless ages through which these relics had kept a silent and deserted vigil. Suddenly, there came another burst of that acute fear which had intermittently seized me ever since I first saw the terrible valley of the nameless city under a cold moon. And despite my exhaustion, I found myself starting frantically into a sitting posture, and gazing back along the corridor toward the tunnels that rose to the outer world. My sensations were like those which had made me shun the nameless city at night, and were inexplicable as they were poignant. In another moment, however, I received a still greater shock in the form of a definite sound. The first which had broken the utter silence of these tomb-like depths. It was a deep, low moaning, as of a distant throng of condemned spirits, and came from the direction in which I was staring. Its volume rapidly grew till it soon reverberated frightfully through the low passage, and at the same time I became conscious of an increasing draught of cold air, likewise flowing from the tunnels and the city above. The touch of this air seemed to restore my balance, for I instantly recalled the sudden gusts which had risen around the mouth of the abyss at each sunset and sunrise, one of which had indeed revealed the hidden tunnels to me. I looked at my watch and saw that sunrise was near, so I braced myself to resist the gale that swept down to its cavern home, as it swept forth at evening. My fear again waned low, since a natural phenomenon tends to dispel broodings over the unknown. More and more madly poured the shrieking, moaning night wind into the gulf of the inner earth. I dropped prone again, and clutched vainly at the floor, for fear of being swept bodily through the open gate to the phosphorescent abyss. Such fury I had not expected, and as I grew aware of an actual slipping of my form toward the abyss, I was beset by 1,000 new terrors of apprehension and imagination. The malignancy of the blast awakened incredible fancies, and once more I compared myself shudderingly to the only human image in that frightful corridor, the man who was torn to pieces by the nameless race. For the fiendish clawing and the swirling currents there seemed to abide a vindictive rage, all the stronger because it was largely impotent. I think I screamed frantically near the last. I was almost mad, but if I did so, my cries were lost in the hell-born babble of the howling wind wraiths. I tried to crawl against the murderous invisible torrent, but I could not even hold my own as I was pushed slowly and inexorably toward the unknown world. Finally, my reason must have snapped wholly, for I fell to the babbling over and over that unexplicable couplet that the mad Arab Alzarad, who dreamed the nameless city, that is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die. Only the grim brooding desert gods know what really took place, what indescribable struggles and scrambles in the dark I endured, or what Abaddon guided me back to life, where I must always remember and shiver in the night wind till oblivion, or worse, claims me. Monstrous, unnatural, colossal was the thing, too far beyond all ideas of man to believe except in the silent damnable hours of the small morning when one cannot sleep. I have said that the fury of the rushing blast was infernal, cacod, maniacal, and that its voices were hideous with the pent-up viciousness of the desolate eternities. Presently, these voices, while still chaotic before me, seemed to my beating brain to take articulate form behind me, and down there in the grave of unnumbered aeon-dead antiquities, leading leagues below the dawnlit world of men, I heard the ghastly cursing and snarling of strange-tongued fiends. Turning, I saw outlined against the luminous aether of the abyss that I could not be seen against the... Sorry. Turning, I saw outlined against the luminous aether of the abyss that I could not be seen against the dusk of the corridor, a nightmare horde of rushing devils, hate-distorted, grotesquely panoplied, half-transparent devils of a race no man might mistake the crawling reptiles of the nameless city. And as the wind died away, I was plunged into the ghoul-pooled darkness of the earth's bowels, for behind the last of the creatures the great brazen door clanged shut with a deafening peal of metallic music, whose reverberations swelled out to the distant world to hail the rising sun as Memnon hails it from the banks of the Nile. The end of the nameless city. He tends to end rather abruptly, doesn't he? It's always in this crescendo of chaos, and then suddenly it's like done. It's like, oh, okay. The next one is Herbert West, Reanimator, which is probably one of the most famous stories. Have you heard of the Reanimator before? Mm. There's actually a series of movies. Is it a series or just one or two? I'm not quite sure actually. I never watched them myself. Um, they're quite eerily gruesome. Um, that was interpretation of this book, The Reanimator. Um, it's uh, it's a pretty famous one. There are a few here that I'm quite eager to read sometime. The Reanimator is one. Um, the Horror at Red Hook, The Color Out of Space, The Call of Cthulhu, The Dunwich Horror, um, At the Mountains of Madness, The Shadow over Innsmouth. Yeah. Um, More horrifying than Frankenstein, I would say. Um, it's, I believe, a look, or like a scientist attempts to, find immortality by reanimating, like Frankenstein, but rather than piecing together bodies into a monster, it um, is trying to reanimate, whole corpses in a sense, and um, things get weird. Yeah. Like, I don't know, Frankenstein, like, it's somewhat grotesque, but it's not really written as a horror story. I mean, maybe it is. I'm not entirely sure, but I found the Reanimator to be more disturbing. Now that just might be my imagination, you know, because I don't know. With Frankenstein, there wasn't a whole lot to the imagination, but Lovecraft loves his inexplicable things. Um, I don't know. Frankenstein was more kind of like a tragic tale to me because like like the monster is this kind of this poor thing that is like trying to find humanity, and is hated and feared and dies and stuff, whereas the Reanimator follows more the sort of madness of the scientist in his constant need to find immortality, and how it kind of leads him down really dark paths, if that makes sense. So, how are you guys doing? Do you want to take a wee break? Or would you like me to keep reading? How are you guys feeling? It's fucking winter. Turn down the heating, man. Oh dear. All right. How's Nyx doing? She good to continue to? And also, how much longer do you have? Okay. We might be able to get through this next one then. Fortuitously, if we don't, the reanimator has like chapters, so we can find a stopping point if we don't make it all the way through. It's a little bit longer than the other ones. It's an actual story. Okay. Herbert West, Reanimator. Chapter 1, From the Dark. Yeah, the Cats of Ulthar. That's a very good story. Of Herbert West, who was my friend in college and in other life, I can speak only with extreme terror. This terror is not due altogether to the sinister manner of his recent disappearance, but was engendered by the whole nature of his life work, and first gained its acute form more than 17 years ago, when we were in the third year of our course at the Miskatonic University Medical School in Arkham. While he was with me, the wonder and diabolism of his experiments fascinated me utterly, and I was his closest companion. Now that he is gone and the spell is broken, the actual fear is greater. Memories and possibilities are ever more hideous than realities. The first horrible incident of our acquaintance was the greatest shock I ever experienced, and it is only with reluctance that I repeat it. As I have said, it happened when we were in medical school, where West had already made himself notorious through his wild theories on the nature of death and the possibility of overcoming it artificially. His views, which were widely ridiculed by the faculty and by his fellow students, hinged on the essentially mechanicalistic nature of life, and concerned means of operating the organic machinery of mankind by calculated chemical action after the failure of a natural process. In his experiments with various animating solutions, he had killed and treated immense numbers of rabbits, guinea pigs, cats, dogs, and monkeys, till he had become the prime nuisance of the college. Several times he had actually obtained signs of life in animals supposedly dead, in many cases violent signs, but he soon saw that the perfection of his process, if indeed possible, would necessarily involve a lifetime of research. It likewise became clear that, since the same solution never worked alike on a different organic species, he would require human subjects for further and more specialized progress. It was here that he first came into conflict with the college authorities and was debarred from further experiments by no less a dignitary than the dean of the medical school himself, the learned and benevolent Dr. Allen Halsey, whose work on behalf of the stricken is recalled by every old resident of Arkham. I had always been exceptionally tolerant of West's pursuits, and we frequently discussed his theories, whose ramifications and corollaries were almost infinite. Holding with Haeckel that all life is a chemical and physical process, and that the so-called soul is a myth, my friend believed that artificial reanimation of the dead can depend only on the condition of the tissues, and that unless actual decomposition has set in, a corpse fully equipped with organs may, with suitable measure, be set going again in the peculiar fashion known as life. That the physic or intellectual life might be impaired by the slight deterioration of the sensitive brain cells, which even a short period of death would be apt to cause, West fully realized. It had at first been his hope to find a reagent which would restore vitality before the actual advent of death, and only repeated failures on animals had shown that the natural and artificial life motivations were incompatible. He then sought extreme freshness in his specimens, injecting his solutions into the blood immediately after the extinction of life. It was this curious circumstance which made the professor so carelessly skeptical, for they felt that true death had not occurred in any case. They did not stop to view the matter closely enough and reasoningly. It was not long after the faculty had interdicted his work that West confided to me his resolution to get fresh bodies in some manner, and to continue in secret the experiments he could no longer perform openly. To hear him discussing a way and means was rather ghastly, for at the college we had never procured anatomical specimens ourselves. Whether the morgue proved inadequate, two local this is where we reach a difficult part. um, Lovecraft was notoriously racist. So I'm going to substitute some words. If I stumble, my apologies. Whenever the morgue proved inadequate, two local African Americans attended to this matter, and they were seldom questioned. West was then a small, slender, spectacled youth with delicate features, yellow hair, pale blue eyes, and a soft voice, and it was uncanny to hear him dwelling on the relative merits of Christ Church Cemetery and the Potter's Field because practically everybody in Christchurch was embalmed, a thing of curious ruinous to West's research. I was by this time his active and enthralled assistant, and helped him make all of his decisions, not only concerning the source of bodies, but concerning a suitable place for our loathsome work. It was I who thought of the deserted Chapman farmhouse beyond Meadow Hill, where we fitted up on the ground floor an operating room and a laboratory, each with dark curtains to conceal our midnight doings. The place was far from any road, and in sight of no other house, yet precautions were nonetheless necessary, since rumors of strange lights started by chance nocturnal roamers would soon bring disaster on our enterprise. It was agreed to call the whole thing a chemical laboratory, if discovery should occur. Gradually, we equipped our sinister haunt of science with materials either purchased in Boston or quietly borrowed from the college, materials carefully made unrecognizable save to expert eyes, and provided spades and picks for the many burials we should have to make in the cellar. At the college, we used an incinerator, but the apparatus was too costly for our unauthorized laboratory. Bodies were always a nuisance, even the small guinea pig bodies from the slight clandestine experiments in West's room at the boarding house. We followed the local death notices like ghouls, for our specimens demanded particular qualities. What we wanted were corpses interred soon after death, and without artificial preservation, preferably free from malforming diseases, and certainly with all the organs present. Accident victims were our best hope. Not for many weeks did we hear anything suitable, though we talked with morgue and hospital authorities ostensibly in the college's interest, as often as we could without exciting suspicion. We found that the college had first choice in every case, so that it might be necessary to remain in Arkham during the summer, when only limited summer school classes were held. In the end, though, luck favored us, for one day we heard an almost ideal case in the Potter's Field. A brawny young workman drowned only the morning before in the summer's pond, and buried at the town's expense without delay or embalming. That afternoon we found a new grave, and determined to begin work soon after midnight. It was a repulsive task that we undertook in the black, small hours, even though we lacked at that time any special horror of graveyards which latter experience has brought to us. We carried spades and oil dark lanterns, for although electric torches were then manufactured, they were not as satisfactory as the tungsten contrivances of today. The process of unearthing was slow and sordid. It might have been gruesomely poetic if we had been artists instead of scientists, and we were glad when our spades struck wood. When the pine box was fully recovered, West scrambled down and removed the lid, dragging out and propping up the contents. I reached down and hauled the contents out of the grave, and then both toiled hard to restore the spot to its former appearance. The affair made us rather nervous, especially the stiff form and the vacant face of our first trophy, but we managed to remove all traces of our visit. When we had patted down the last shovelful of earth, we put the specimen in our canvas sack and set out for the old Chapman place beyond the Meadow Hill. On an improvised dissecting table in the farmhouse, by the light of a powerful acetylene lamp, the specimen was not very spectral looking. It had been a sturdy and apparently unimaginative youth, whose wholesome plebeian type, large frame, grey-eyed, and brown-haired. A sound animal without psychological subtleties, and probably having vital processes of the simplest and healthiest sort. Now, with the eyes closed, it looked more asleep than dead, Though the expert test of my old friend soon left with no doubt on the score, we had at last what West had always longed for, a real dead man of the ideal kind, ready for the solution, prepared according to the most careful calculations and the theories for human use. The tension on our part became very great. We knew that there was scarcely a chance for anything like complete success, and could not avoid the hideous fears at possible grotesque results of partial animation. Especially were we apprehensive concerning the mind and the pulse of the creature, since the space following death left death some space following death, some of the more delicate cerebral cells might well have suffered deterioration. I myself still had held some curious notion about the traditional soul of man, and felt an awe at the secrets that might be told by one returning from the dead. I wondered what sights this placid youth might have seen in inaccessible spheres, and what he could relate if fully restored to life. But my wonder was not overwhelming, since from the most part I shared the materialism of my friend. He was calmer than I, as he forced a large quantity of his fluid into the vein of the body's arm, immediately binding the incision securely. The waiting was gruesome, but West never faltered. Every now and then he applied his stethoscope to the specimen, and bore the negative results philosophically. After about 3/4 of an hour without the least sign of life, he disappointedly pronounced the solution inadequate, but determined to make the most of this opportunity and try one change in the formula before disposing of this ghastly prize. We had that afternoon dug a grave in the cellar, and would have to fill it by dawn. For although we had fixed a lock on the house, we wished to shun even the remotest risk of a ghoulish discovery. Besides, the body would not be even approximately fresh for the next night, so taking the solitary acetylene lamp to the adjacent lavatory, we left our silent guest on a slab in the dark, and bent every energy to the mixing of a new solution, the weighing and measuring supervised by West with an almost fanatical care. The awful event was very sudden, and wholly unexpected. I was pouring something from one test tube to another, when West was busy over the alcohol blast lamp, which had to answer for a Bunsen burner in this gasless edifice, when from the pitch-black room we had left there burst the most appalling and demonic succession of cries that either of us had ever heard. Not more utterable could have been the chaos of hellish sounds if the pit itself opened up to release the agony of the damned. For in one inconceivable cacophony was centered all of the supernal terror and unnatural despair of animate nature. Human it could not have been. It is not in man to make such sounds. And without a thought of our late employment or its possible discovery, both West and I leapt to the nearest window like stricken animals, overturning tubes, lamps, and retorts, and vaulting madly into the starred abyss of the rural night. I think we screamed ourselves as we stumbled frantically toward the town, though as we reached the outskirts we put on a semblance of restraint, just enough to seem like belated revelers staggering home from a debauch. We did not separate, but managed to get to West's room, where we whispered with the gas up until dawn. By then we had calmed ourselves a little with rational theories and plans for investigation, so that we could not sleep through the day. Classes being disregarded, that evening 2 teams in the paper, wholly unrelated, made it again impossible for us to sleep. The old, deserted Chapman's house had inexplicably burned to an amorphous heap of ashes that we could understand because of the upset lamp. Also, an attempt had been made to disturb a new grave in the potter's field, as if by futile and spadeless claws. clawing at the earth. That we could not understand, for we had patted down the mound very carefully. And for 17 years after that, West would look frequently over his shoulder and complain of fancied footsteps behind him. Now he has disappeared. Chapter 2. The Plague Demon. I shall never forget that hideous summer 16 years ago, when, like a noxious Afrite from the halls of Eblis, typhoid stalked leeringly through Arkham. It is by that satanic scourge that most recall the year, for truly terror brooded with bat wings over piles of coffins in the tombs of Christ Church Cemetery. Yet for me there is a great horror in that time, a horror known to me alone now that Herbert West disappeared. No, this is the second chapter of the book. West and I were doing postgraduate work in summer classes at the medical school of the Miskatonic University, and my friend had attained a wide notoriety because of his experiments leading toward the revivification of the dead. After the scientific slaughter of uncounted small animals, the freakish work had ostensibly stopped by order of our skeptical dean, Dr. Alan Hazley. Though West had continued to perform certain secret tests in the dingy boarding room, and had on one terrible, unforgettable occasion taken a human body from its grave in the Potter's Field to a deserted farmhouse beyond Meadow Hill. I was with him on the odious occasion, and saw him inject into the still veins the elixir, which be thought would to some extent restore life's chemical and physical processes. It had ended horribly in a delirium of fear, which we gradually came to attribute to our own overwrought nerves. And West had never afterward been able to shake off a maddening sensation of being haunted and hunted. The body had not been quite fresh enough. It is obvious that to restore normal mental attributes, a body must be very fresh indeed, and the burning of the old house had prevented us from burying the thing. It would have been better if we could have known it was underground. After that experience, West had dropped his researches for some time, but as the zeal of the born scientist slowly returned, he again became importunate with the college faculty, pleading for the use of the dissecting room and of fresh human specimens for the work he regarded as so overwhelmingly important. His pleas, however, were wholly in vain, for the decision of Dr. Halsey was inflexible, and the other professors all endorsed the verdict of their leader. In the radical theory of reanimation, they saw nothing but the immature vagaries of a youthful enthusiast, whose slight form, yellow hair, and spectacled blue eyes, and soft voice gave no hint of the supernormal, almost diabolical, power of the cold brain within. I can see him now as he was then, and I shiver. He grew sterner of face, but never elderly. And now Sefton has had the mishap, and West has vanished. West clashed disagreeably with Dr. Halsey near the end of our last undergraduate term in a wordy dispute that did less credit to him than to the kindly dean in point of courtesy. He felt that he was needlessly and irrationally retarded in a supremely great work, a work which he could, of course, conduct to suit himself in later years, but which he wished to begin while still possessed of the exceptional faculties of the university. That the tradition-bound elders should ignore his singular results on animals and persist in their denial of the possibility of reanimation was inexpressibly disgusting and almost incomprehensible to the youth of West's logical temperament. Only greater maturity could help him understand the chronic mental limitations of the professor-doctor type, the product of generations of pathetic puritanism, kindly, conscientious, and sometimes gentle and amiable, yet always narrow and intolerant, custom-ridden, and lacking in perspective. Age has more charity for these incomplete yet high-souled characters, whose worst real vice is timidity, and who are ultimately punished by the general ridicule for their intellectual sins like Ptolemism, Calvinism, and anti-Darwinism, anti-Nazism, and every sort of Sabbatarianism and sumptuary legislation. West, young despite his marvelous scientific acquirements, had scant patience with good Dr. Halsey and his erudite colleagues, and nurses an increasing resentment, coupled with a desire to prove his theories to these obtuse worthies in some striking and dramatic fashion. Like most youths, he indulged in elaborate daydreams of revenge, triumph, and final magnanimous forgiveness. Yeah, all kind of isms. He apparently doesn't like any ism. And then had come the scourge, grinning and lethal, from the nightmare caverns of Tartarus. West and I had graduated about the time of its beginning, but had remained for additional work at the summer school, so that we were in Arkham when it broke with full demonic fury upon the town. Though not as yet licensed physicians, we now had our degrees and were pressed frantically into public service as the numbers of the stricken grew. The situation was almost past management, and deaths ensued too frequently for the local undertakers fully to handle. Burials without embalming were made in rapid succession, and even the Christchurch Cemetery receiving tomb was crammed with coffins of the unembalmed dead. This circumstance was not without effect on West, who thought often of the irony of the situation, so many fresh specimens, yet none for his persecuted researches. We were frightfully overworked, and the terrific mental and nervous strain made my friend brood morbidly. But West's gentle enemies were no less harassed with the prostrating duties. College had all but closed, and every doctor of the medical faculty was helping to fight the typhoid plague. Dr. Halsey, in particular, had distinguished himself in sacrificing service, applying his extreme skill with the whole-hearted energy to cases which many others shunned because of the danger or apparent hopelessness. Before a month was over, the fearless dean had become a popular hero, though he seemed unconscious of his fame as he struggled to keep from collapsing with fatigue and nervous exhaustion. West could not withhold admiration for the fortitude of his foe, but because of this was even more determined to prove to him the truth of his amazing doctrines. Taking advantage of the disorganization of both college work and municipal health regulations, he managed to get a recently deceased body smuggled into the university dissecting room one night, and in my presence injected a new modification of his solution. The thing actually opened its eyes, but only stared at the ceiling, with a look of soul-petrifying horror, before collapsing into an internist form, which nothing could rouse it. Collapsing into an internus from which nothing could arouse it. West said it was not fresh enough. The hot summer air does not favor corpses. That time we were almost caught, before we incinerated the thing, and West doubted the advisability of repeating his daring misuse of the college laboratory. The peak of the epidemic was reached in August. West and I were almost dead, and Dr. Halsey did die on the 14th. The students all attended the hasty funeral, and on the 15th brought an impressive wreath, though the latter was quite overshadowed by the tributes sent by wealthy Arkham citizens and by the municipality itself. It was almost a public affair, for the dean had surely been a public benefactor. After the entombment, we were all somewhat depressed, and spent the afternoon at the bar of the Commercial House, where West, though shaken by the death of his chief opponent, chilled the rest of us with references to his notorious theories. Most of the students went home, or to various duties, as the evening advanced, but West persuaded me to aid him in making a night of it. West's landlady saw us arrive at his room about 2 in the morning, with a third man between us, and told her husband that we had all evidently dined and wined rather well. Apparently, this acidulous matron was right, for about 3 a.m. the whole house was aroused by cries coming from West's room, where, when they broke down the door, they found 2 of us unconscious on the blood-stained carpet, beaten, scratched, and mauled, and with the broken remnants of West's bottles and instruments around us. Only an open window told what had become of our assailant, and many wondered how he himself had fared after the terrific leap from the second story to the lawn which he must have made. There were some strange garments in the room, but West, upon regaining consciousness, said that they did not belong to the stranger, but were specimens collected for bacteriological analysis in the course of investigations on the transmission of germ diseases. He ordered them burnt as soon as possible in the capacious fireplace. To the police, we both declared ignorance of our late companion's identity. He was, West said nervously, a congenial stranger whom we had met at some downtown bar of uncertain location. We had all been rather jovial, and West and I did not wish to have our pugnacious companion hunted down. That same night saw the beginning of the second Arkham horror. The horror that to me eclipsed the plague itself. Christ Church Cemetery was the scene of a terrible killing. A watchman having been clawed to death in a manner not only too hideous for description, but raising a doubt as to the human agency of the deed. The victim had been seen alive considerably after midnight. The dawn revealed the unutterable thing. The manager of a circus at the neighboring town of Bolton was questioned, but he swore that no beast had at any time escaped from its cage. Those who found the body noted a trail of blood leading to the receiving tomb, where a small pool of red lay on the concrete just outside the grate. A fainter trail led away toward the woods, but soon gave out. The next night, devils danced on the roofs of Arkham, and unnatural madness howled in the wind. Through the fevered town had crept a curse which some said was greater than the plague, and which some whispered was the embodied demon soul of the plague itself. 8 houses were entered by a nameless thing which strewed red death in its wake. In all, 17 maimed and shapeless remnants of bodies were left behind by the voiceless sadistic monster that crept abroad. A few persons had half seen it in the dark, and said that it was white, and like a malformed ape or an anthropomorphic fiend. It had not left behind quite all that it had attacked, for sometimes it had been hungry. The number it had killed was 14. 3 of the bodies had been stricken homes and had not been alive. On the 3rd night, frantic bands of searchers, led by police, captured it in a house on Crane Street near the Miskatonic campus. They had organized the quest with care, keeping in touch by means of volunteer telephone stations, and when someone in the college district had reported hearing a scratching at a shuttered window, the net was quickly spread. On account of the general alarm and precautions, there were only 2 more victims, and the capture was effected without major casualties. The thing was finally stopped by a bullet, though not a fatal one, and was rushed to the local hospital amidst universal excitement and loathing. For it had been a man. This much was clear, despite the nauseous eyes, the voiceless simianism, and the demonic savagery. They dressed the wound and carted it to the asylum at Sefton, where it beat its head against the walls of the padded cell for 16 years until the recent mishap, when it escaped under circumstances that few like to mention. What had most disgusted the searchers of Arkham was that the thing they noticed when the monster's face was cleaned, the mocking, unbelieving resemblance to a learned and self-sacrificing martyr who had been entombed but 3 days before, the late Dr. Alan Halsey, public benefactor and dean of the medical school of Miskatonic University. To the vanished Herbert West, and to me, the disgust and horror were supreme. I shudder tonight as I think of it, shudder even more than I did that morning when West muttered through his bandages, "Damn it, it wasn't quite fresh enough." Chapter 3. 6 Shots by Moonlight. It is uncommon to fire all 6 shots of a revolver with great suddenness, when one would probably be sufficient. But many things in the life of Herbert West were uncommon. It is, for instance, not often that a young physician leaving college is obliged to conceal the principles which guide his selection of a home and office, yet that was the case with Herbert West. When he and I obtained our degrees at the medical school of the Miskatonic University and sought to relieve our poverty by setting up as general practitioners, we took great care not to say that we chose our house because it was fairly well isolated, and was near as possible to the potter's field. Reticent, such as this is seldom without cause, nor indeed was ours, for our requirements were those resulting from a life work distinctly unpopular. Outwardly we were doctors only, but beneath the surface were aims of far greater and more terrible moment, for the essence of Herbert West's existence was a quest amid black and forbidden realms of the unknown, in which we hoped to uncover the secret of life, to restore to perpetual animation the graveyard's cold clay. Such a quest demands strange materials, among them fresh human bodies, and, in order to keep supplied with these indispensable things, we must live quietly, and not far from a place of informal interment. West and I had met in college, and I had been the only one to sympathize with his hideous experiments. Gradually, I had become to be his inseparable assistant, and now that we were out of college, we had to keep together. It was not easy to find a good opening for 2 doctors in company, but finally, the influence of the university secured us a practice in Bolton, a factory town near Arkham, the seat of the college. The Bolton worsted mills are the largest in the Miskatonic Valley, and their polyglot employees are never popular as patients with the local physicians. We chose our house with the greatest care, seizing at last on a rather run-down cottage near the end of Pond Street, 5 numbers from the closest neighbor, and separated from the local potter's field by only a stretch of meadow land, bisected by a narrow neck of the rather dense forest which lies to the north. The distance was greater than we wished, but we could not go no nearer without going on the other side of the field, wholly out of the factory district. We were not much displeased, however, since there were no people between us and our sinister source of supplies. The walk was a trifle long, but we could haul our silent specimen undisturbed. Pardon me. Our practice was surprisingly large from the very first. Large enough to please most young doctors, and large enough to prove a bore and a burden to students whose real interests lay elsewhere. The mill hands were of somewhat turbulent inclinations, and besides their many natural needs, their frequent clashes and stabbing affrays gave us plenty to do. But what actually absorbed our minds was the secret laboratory we had fitted up in the cellar. The laboratory, with a long table under the electric lights, where, in the small hours of the morning, we often injected West's various solutions into the veins of the things we dragged from the potter's fields. West was experimenting madly to find something which would start man's vital motions anew after they had been stopped by the thing we call death, but had encountered the most ghastly obstacles. The solution had to be differently compounded for different types. What would serve for guinea pigs would not serve for human beings, and different specimens required large modifications. The bodies had to be exceedingly fresh, or the slight decomposition of the brain tissue would render perfect reanimation impossible. Indeed, the greatest problem was to get them fresh enough. West had had horrible experiences during his secret college researches with corpses of doubtful vintage. The results of partial or imperfect animation were much more hideous than were the total failures, and we both held fearsome recollections of such things. Ever since our first demonic session in the deserted farmhouse on the Meadow Hill in Arkham, we had felt a brooding menace, and West, though a calm, blonde, blue-eyed scientific automaton in most respects, often confessed to a shuddering sensation of stealthy pursuit. He half felt that he was followed, psychological delusions of shaken nerves enhanced by the undeniably disturbing fact that at least one of our reanimated specimens was still alive. A frightful carnivorous thing in a padded cell at Sefton. Then there was another, our first, whose exact fate we had never learned. We had fair luck with specimens in Bolton, much better than in Arkham. We had not been settled a week before we got an accident victim on the very night of burial, and made it open its eyes with amazing rational expression before the solution failed. It had lost an arm. If it had been a perfect body, we might have succeeded better. Between then and the next January, we secured 3 more, one total failure, one case of marked muscular motion, and another rather shivery thing. It rose itself and uttered a sound. Then came a period when luck was poor. Internments fell off, and those that did occur were of specimens either too diseased or maimed for us. We kept track of all the deaths and their circumstances with systematic care. One March night, however, we unexpectedly obtained a specimen which did not come from the potter's field. In Bolton, the prevailing spirit of Puritanism had outlawed the sport of boxing, with the usual result. Surreptitious and ill-conducted bouts among the mill workers were common, and occasionally professional talent of low grade was imported. This late winter night there had been such a match, evidently with disastrous results, since 2 timorous Poles had come to us with incoherently whispered entreaties to attend to a very secret and desperate case. We followed them to an abandoned barn, where the remnants of a crowd of frightened foreigners were watching a silent black form on the floor. The match had been between Kid O'Brien, a lubberly and now quaking youth, with a most un-Hiberian hooked nose, and Buck Robinson, the Harlem Smoke. The African American had been knocked out, and a moment's examination showed us that he would permanently remain so. He was a loathsome thing with abnormally long arms, which I could not help calling forelegs, and a face that conjured up thoughts of unspeakable Congo secrets and tom poundings under every eerie moon. The body must have looked even worse in life, but the world holds many ugly things. Fear was upon the whole pitiful crowd, for they did not know what the law would extract from them if the affair were not hushed up, and they were grateful when West, in spite of my involuntary shudders, offered to get rid of the thing quietly, for a purpose I knew all too well. There was bright moonlight over the snowless landscape, but we dressed the thing and carried it home between us through the deserted streets and meadows, as we carried a similar thing one horrible night in Arkham. We approached the house from the field in the rear and took the specimen in the back door and down the cellar stairs, and prepared it for the usual experiments. Our fear of the police was absurdly great, though we had timed our trip to avoid the solitary patrolmen of that section. The result was wearily anticlimactic. Ghastly as our prize appeared, it was wholly unresponsive to every solution we injected into its arm. Solutions prepared from experience with Caucasian specimens only. So as the hour grew dangerously near to dawn, we did as we had done with the others, dragged the thing across the meadow to the neck of the wood near the Porter's field, and buried it there, in the best sort of grave the frozen ground would furnish. The grave was not very deep, but fully as good as that of the previous specimens. The thing which had risen of itself and uttered a sound. In the light of our dark lanterns, we carefully covered it with leaves and dead vines, fairly certain that the police would never find it in a forest so dim and dense. The next day, I was increasingly apprehensive about the police, for a patient brought rumors of a suspected fight and death. West had still another source of worry, for he had been called in the afternoon to a case which ended very threateningly. An Italian woman had become hysterical over her missing child, a lad of 5 who strayed off early in the morning and failed to appear for dinner, and had developed symptoms highly alarming in view of an always weak heart. It was a very foolish hysteria, for the boy had often run away before, but Italian peasants are exceedingly superstitious, and this woman seemed as much harassed by omens as by facts. About 7 o'clock in the evening she had died, and her frantic husband had made a more frightful scene in his efforts to kill West, whom he wildly blamed for not saving her. Friends had held him when he drew a stiletto, but West departed amidst his inhuman shrieks, curses, and oaths of vengeance. In his latest affliction, the fellow seemed to have forgotten his child, who was still missing as the night advanced. There was some talk of searching the woods, but most of the family's friends were busy with the dead woman and the screaming man. Altogether, the nervous strain upon West must have been tremendous. Thoughts of the police and of the mad Italian both weighed heavily. We retired about 11, but I did not sleep well. Bolton had a surprisingly good police force for so small a town, and I could not help fearing the mess which would ensue if the affairs of the night before were ever tracked down. It would mean the end of all our local work, and perhaps prison for both West and me. I did not like those rumors of a fight which were floating about. After the clock had struck 3, the moon shone in my eyes, but I turned over without rising to pull down the shade. Then came the steady rattling at the back door. I lay still and somewhat dazed, but before long heard West's rap on my door. He was clad in a dressing gown and slippers, and had in his hands a revolver and an electric flashlight. From the revolver, I knew that he was thinking more of the crazed Italian than of the police. "We'd better both go," he whispered. It wouldn't do not to answer it anyway, and it may be a patient. It would be like one of those fools to try the back door. So we both went down the stairs on tiptoe, with the fear partly justified and partly that which comes only from the soul of the weird small hours. The rattling continued, growing somewhat louder. When we reached the door, I cautiously unbolted it and threw it open, as the moon streamed revealingly down on the form silhouetted there. West did a peculiar thing. Despite the obvious danger of attracting noise and bringing down on our heads the dreaded police investigation, a thing which, after all, was mercifully averted by the relative isolation of our cottage, my friend suddenly, excitedly, and unnecessarily emptied all 6 chambers of his revolver into the nocturnal visitor. For that visitor was neither Italian nor policeman. Looming hideously against the spectral moon was a gigantic misshapen thing not to be imagined save in nightmares. A glassy-eyed, ink-black apparition nearly on all fours, covered with bits of mold, leaves, and vines, foul, with caked blood, and having between its glistening teeth a snow-white, terrible cylindrical object, terminating in a tiny hand. Chapter 4. The Scream of the Dead. The scream of a dead man gave to me that acute and added horror of Dr. Herbert West, which harassed the latter years of our companionship. It is natural that such a thing as a dead man's scream should give horror, for it is obviously not a pleasing or ordinary occurrence. But I was used to similar experiences, hence suffered on this occasion only because of a peculiar circumstance. And, as I have implied, it was not of the dead man himself that I became afraid. Herbert West, whose associate and assistant I was, possessed scientific interest far beyond the usual routine of a village physician. That is why, when establishing his practice in Bolton, he had chosen an isolated house near the Potter's Field. Briefly and brutally stated, West's sole absorbing interest was a secret study of the phenomena of life and its cessation, leading toward the reanimation of the dead through injections of an excitant solution. For this ghastly experimenting, it was necessary to have constant supply of fresh human bodies, very fresh, because even the least decay hopelessly damaged the brain structure, and human, because we found the solution had to be compounded differently for different types of organisms. Scores of rabbits and guinea pigs had been killed and treated, but their trail was a blind one. West had never fully succeeded because he had never been able to secure a corpse sufficiently fresh. What he wanted were bodies from which vitality had only just departed, bodies with every cell intact, and capable of receiving again the impulse toward the mode of motion called life. There was hope that this second and artificial life might be made perpetual by repetitions of the injection, but we had learned that an ordinary natural life would not respond to the action. To establish the artificial motion, nocturnal life must be extinct. The specimens must be very fresh, but genuinely dead. The awesome quest had begun when West and I were students at the Miskatonic University Medical School in Arkham, vividly conscious for the first time of the thoroughly mechanical nature of life. That was 70 years before, but West looked scarcely a day older now. He was small, blond, clean-shaven, soft voiced, and spectacled, with only the occasional flash of a cold blue eye to tell of the hardening and growing fanaticism of his character under the pressure of his terrible investigations. Our experiences had often been hideous in the extreme, the results of defective reanimation, when lumps of graveyard clay had been galvanized into morbid, unnatural, and brainless motion by various modifications of the vital solution. One thing had uttered a nerve-shattering scream, another had risen violently and beaten us both to unconsciousness and then run amok in a shocking way before it could be placed behind asylum bars. Still another, a loathsome African-American monstrosity, had clawed its way out of a shallow grave and done a deed. West had to shoot that object. We could not get bodies fresh enough to show any trace of reason when reanimated, so had force created nameless horrors. It was disturbing to think that one, perhaps two of our monsters still lived. That thought haunted us shadowingly till finally West disappeared under frightful circumstances. But at the time of the scream in the cellar laboratory of the isolated Bolton cottage, our fears were subordinate to our anxiety for extremely fresh specimens. West was more avid than I, so that it almost seemed to me that he looked half covetously at any very healthy living physique. It was in July 1910 that the bad luck regarding specimens began to return. I had been on a long visit to my parents in Illinois, and upon my return found West in a state of singular elation. He had, he told me excitedly, in all likelihood, solved the problem of freshness through an approach from an entirely new angle, that of artificial preservation. I had known that he was working on a new and highly unusual embalming compound, and was not surprised that it had turned out well. But until he explained the details, I was rather puzzled as to how such a compound could help in our work, since the objectionable staleness of the specimens was largely due to the delay occurring before we secured them. This, I now saw, West had clearly recognized, creating his embalming compound for future rather than immediate use, and trusting to fate to supply again some very recent unburied corpse, as it had years before when we obtained the African American killed in the Bolton Prize fight. At last, fate had been kind, so that on this occasion there lay in the secret cellar laboratory a corpse whose decay could not by any possibility have begun. What would happen on reanimation, and whether we could hope for a revival of mind and reason, West did not venture to predict. The experiment would be a landmark in our studies, and he had saved the new body for my return, so that both might share in the spectacle and in the accustomed fashion. West told me how he had obtained the specimen. It had been a vigorous man, well-dressed stranger just off the train on his way to transact some business with the Bolton worsted mills. The walk through the town had been long, and by the time the traveler paused at our cottage to ask the way to the factories, his heart had become greatly overtaxed. He had refused a stimulant, and had suddenly dropped dead only a moment later. The body, as might be expected, seemed to West as a heaven-sent gift. In his brief conversation, the stranger made it clear that he was unknown in Bolton, and a search of his pockets subsequently revealed him to be one of Robert Levat of St. Louis, apparently without a family to make inquiries about his disappearance. If this man could not be restored to life, no one would know of our experiment. We buried our materials in a dense strip of the woods between the house and the potter's field. If, on the other hand, he could be restored, our fame would be brilliantly and perpetually established. So, without delay, West had injected into the body's wrist the compound which he told would hold it fresh for use after my arrival. The matter of the presumably weak heart, which did much... Sorry, I just got totally jump scared there. Fucking hell. Hi, jug of milk. You totally scared the shit out of me. Oh, dear. And to answer your question, Kuha, did he kill someone just to try his new elixir? Not according to his tale. We'll put it that way. Yeah, quite fitting. And I'm glad it wasn't just me that got scared. Whew. Oh dear. Have you just joined us recently, a Jug of Milk? I don't know how long you might have been in chat. All right, awesome. We are just on chapter 4 of The Reanimator by H.P. Lovecraft. So, yeah, we shall pick up where we just were. But long story short, this well, it's not, but it's a really long short story. Let me see. 6 chapters. And we're almost to the end of chapter 4. So we're about 2/3 or 3/4 of the way through. Yeah, long story short, this is sort of a journal or a recounting of a tale by someone who was an apprentice of a mad scientist who is trying to bring the dead back to life, fundamentally. And they have had horrific failures thus far. And picking up where we just were, without delay, West had injected into the body's wrist the compound which would hold it fresh for use after my arrival. The matter of the presumably weak heart, which to my mind imperiled the success of our experiment, did not appear to trouble West extensively. He hoped at least to obtain what he had never obtained before, a rekindled spark of reason, and perhaps a normal living creature. So, on the night of July 18th, 1910, Herbert West and I stood in the cellar laboratory and gazed at a white, silent figure beneath a dazzling arc light. The embalming compound had worked uncannily well, for as I stared fascinatedly at the sturdy frame which had lain 2 weeks without stiffening, I was moved to see West's assurance that the thing was really dead. This assurance he gave readily enough, reminding me that the reanimation solution was never used without careful tests as to life, since it could have no effect if any of the original vitality were still present. As West proceeded to take the preliminary steps, I was impressed by the vast intricacy of the new experiment, an intricacy so vast that he could trust no hand less delicate than his own. Forbidding me to touch the body, he first injected a drug in the wrist just beside the place his needle had punctured when injecting the embalming compound. This, he said, was to neutralize the compound and release the system to the normal relaxation so that the reanimating solution might freely work when injected. Slightly later, when a change and a gentle tremor seemed to affect the dead limbs, West stuffed a pillow-like object violently over the twitching face, not withdrawing it until the corpse appeared quiet and ready for our attempt at reanimation. The pale enthusiast now applied some last perfunctory tests for absolute lifelessness, withdrew satisfied, and finally injected into the left arm an accurately measured amount of the vital elixir, prepared during the afternoon with a great care than we had used since the college days, when our feet were new and groping. I cannot express the wild and breathless suspense with which we waited for the result on this first really fresh specimen, the first we could reasonably expect to open its lips in rational speech, perhaps to tell of what it had seen beyond the unfathomable abyss. West was a materialist, believing in no soul and attributing all the working of consciousness to bodily phenomena. Consequently, he looked for no revelation of hideous secrets from gulfs and caverns beyond death's barrier. I did not wholly disagree with him theoretically, yet held vague instinctive remnants of the primitive faith of my forefathers, so that I could not help eyeing the corpse with a certain amount of awe and terrible expectation. Besides, I could not extract from my memory that hideous inhuman shriek we had heard on the night we tried our first experiment in the deserted farmhouse at Arkham. Very little time had elapsed before I saw the attempt was not to be a total failure. A touch of color came to the cheeks, hitherto chalk white, and spread out under the curiously ample stubble of the sandy beard. West, who had his hand on the pulse of of the left goodness gracious, pardon me there. West, who had his hand on the pulse of the left wrist, suddenly nodded significantly, and almost simultaneously a mist appeared on the mirror inclined above the body's mouth. There followed a few spasmodic muscular motions, and then an audible breathing and visible motion of the chest. I looked at the closed eyelids and thought I detected a quivering. Then the lids opened, showing eyes which were grey, calm, and alive, but still unintelligent and not even curious. In a moment of fantastic whim, I whispered questions to the reddening ears, questions of other worlds of which the memory might still be present. Subsequent terror drove them from my mind, but I think the last one, which I repeated, was, "Where have you been?" I do not yet know whether I was answered or not, for no sound came from the well-shaped mouth, but I do know that at that moment I firmly thought the thin lips moved silently, forming syllables which I would have vocalized as "only now," if that phrase had possessed any sense or relevancy. At that moment, as I say, I was elated with the conviction that the one great goal had been attained, and for that first time a reanimated corpse had uttered distinct words impelled by actual reason. In the next moment there was no doubt about the triumph, no doubt that the solution had truly accomplished, at least temporarily, its full mission of restoring rational and articulate life to that end. But in that triumph there came to me the greatest horrors of all. Not horror of the thing that spoke, but of the deed that I had witnessed, and of the man with whom my professional fortunes were joined. For that very fresh body, at last arriving into full and terrifying consciousness, with eyes dilated at the memory of its last scene on earth, threw out its frantic hands in a life and death struggle with the air, and suddenly collapsing into a second and final dissolution, from which there could be no return, screamed out the cry that will ring eternally in my aching brain: "Help! Help! Keep off, you cursed little tow-head fiend! Keep that damnable needle away from me!" Chapter 5. The Horror from the Shadows. Many men have related hideous things, not to mention in print, which happened on the battlefields of the Great War. Some of these things have made me faint. Others have convulsed me with devastating nausea, while still others have made me tremble and look behind me in the dark. Yet despite the worst of them, I believe I can relate the most hideous thing of all, the shocking, the unnatural, the unbelievable horror from the shadows. In 1915, I was a physician with the rank of first lieutenant in a Canadian regiment in Flanders. one of one of many Americans to precede the government itself into the gigantic struggle. I had not entered the army on my initiative, but rather as a natural result of the enlistment of the man whose indispensable assistant I was, the celebrated Boston surgical specialist Dr. Herbert West. Dr. West had been avid for a chance to serve as a surgeon in the Great War, and when the chance had come, he carried me with him almost against my will. There were reasons why I would have been glad to let the war separate us, reasons why I found the practice of medicine and the companionship of West more and more irritating, but when he had gone to Ottawa and through a colleague's influence secured a medical commission as major, I could not resist the imperious persuasion of the one. I determined that I should accompany him with my usual capacity. Flanders? That's where you are? Really? That's crazy. Yeah, I love talking H.P. Lovecraft. Um, I'm always looking up some like game or video to entertain myself with. Okay. When I say that Dr. West was avid to serve in battle, I do not mean to imply that he was either naturally warlike or anxious for the safety of civilization. Always an ice-cold intellectual machine, slight, blonde, blue-eyed, and spectacled, I think he secretly sneered at my occasional martial enthusiasm and censures of supine neutrality. There was, however, something he wanted in embattled Flanders, and in order to secure it, he had to assume a military exterior. What he wanted was not a thing which many persons want, but something connected with a peculiar branch of medical science which he had chosen quite clandestinely to follow, and in which he had achieved amazing and occasionally hideous results. It was, in fact, nothing more or less than an abundant supply of freshly killed men in every stage of dismemberment. Herbert West needed fresh bodies because his life work was the reanimation of the dead. This work was not known to the fashionable clientele who had so swiftly built up his fame after his arrival in Boston, but was only too well known to me, who had been his closest friend and sole assistant since the old days of the Miskatonic University Medical School at Arkham. It was in those college days that he had begun his terrible experiments, first on small animals and then on human bodies shockingly obtained. There was a solution which he injected into the veins of dead things, and if they were fresh enough, they responded in strange ways. He had much trouble in discovering the proper formula, for each type of organism was found to need a stimulus especially adapted to it. Terror stalked him when he reflected on his partial failures, nameless things resulting from imperfect solutions or from bodies insufficiently fresh. A certain number of these failures had remained alive. One was in asylum, while the others had vanished. And it was... Oh, pardon me 1 second. Hold up. Okay, we're good. Sorry about the interruption. Um, let's hurry onward quickly, and hopefully we'll get through this before people have to go to bed. Okay. Do, 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 do. Found each organism needed a stimulus specially adapted to it. Um, yeah, he had had much trouble discovering the proper formula for each type of organism. For each type of organism was found to need a stimulus especially adapted to it. Terror stalked him when he reflected on his partial failures, nameless things resulting from imperfect solutions or from bodies insufficiently fresh. A certain number of these failures had remained alive. One was in an asylum, while others had vanished. And as he thought of the conceivable yet virtually impossible eventualities, he often shivered beneath his usual solidarity. Okay. Good night, Kua. I hope you sleep well. West had soon learned that absolute freshness was the prime requisite for useful specimens, and had accordingly resorted to frightful and unnatural expedients in body snatching. In college, and during our early practice together in the factory known as Bolton, my attitude toward him had been largely one of fascinated admiration. But as his boldness and methods grew, I began to develop a gnawing fear. I did not like the way he looked at healthy living bodies, and then there came a nightmarish session in the cellar laboratory when I learned that a certain specimen had been a living body when he had secured it. That was the first time he had ever been able to revive the quality of rational thought in a corpse, and his success, obtained at such a loathsome cost, had completely hardened him. Of this method, and in the intervening 5 years, I dare not speak. I was held to him by sheer force of fear, and witnessed sights that no human tongue could repeat. Gradually, I came to find Herbert West himself more horrible than anything he did. That was when it dawned on me that his once normal scientific zeal for prolonging life had suddenly degenerated into a mere morbid and ghoulish curiosity and secret sense of charnel picturesqueness. His interest became a hellish and perverse addiction to the repellent and fiendishly abnormal. He gloated calmly over artificial monstrosities which would make most healthy men drop dead from fright and disgust. He became, behind his pallid intellectuality, a fastidious Baudelaire of physical experiment, a languid Elagabalus of the tombs. Dangers he met unflinchingly, crimes he committed unmoved. I think the climax came when he had proved his point that rational life can be restored, and had sought worlds in new worlds to conquer by experimenting on the reanimation of detached parts of bodies. He had wild and original ideas on the independent vital properties of organic cells and nerve tissues, separated from natural physiological systems, and achieved some hideous preliminary results in the form of never-dying, artificially nourished tissue obtained from the nearly hatched eggs of indescribable tropical reptiles. Two biological points he was exceedingly anxious to settle. First, whether any amount of consciousness and rational action might be possible without the brain, proceeding from the spinal cord and the various nerve centers, and second, whether any kind of ethereal, intangible relation, distinct from the material cell, may exist to link the surgically separated parts of what has previously been signaled as what previously has been a single living organism. All this research work required a prodigious supply of freshly slaughtered human flesh, and that was why Herbert West had entered the Great War. The phantasmal, unmentionable thing occurred one midnight late in March 1915 in a field hospital behind the lines at St. Eloi. I wonder even now if it could have been other than a demonic dream of delirium. West had a private laboratory in an east room of a barn-like temporary edifice, assigned him on his plea that he was devising new and radical methods of treatment of hitherto hopeless cases of maiming. There he worked like a butcher in the midst of his gory wares. I could never get used to the levity with which he handled and classified certain things. At times, he actually did perform marvels of surgery for the soldiers, but his chief delights were of a less public and philanthropic kind, requiring many explanations of sounds which seemed peculiar even amidst the babble of the damned. Amongst these sounds were frequent revolver shots, surely not uncommon on a battlefield, but distinctly uncommon in a hospital. Dr. West's reanimated specimens were not meant for long existence for a large audience. Besides human tissue, West employed much of the reptile embryo tissue which he had cultivated with a singular result. It was better than human material for maintaining life in organless fragments, and that was now my friend's chief activity. In the dark corner of the laboratory, over a queer incubating burner, he kept a large covered vat full of his reptilian cell matter, which multiplied and grew puffy and hideously. On the night of which I speak, we had a splendid new specimen, a man at once physically powerful and of such high mentality that a sensitive nervous system was assured. It was rather ironic, for he was the officer who had helped West into his commission, and who was now to have been our associate. Moreover, he had in the past secretly studied the theory of reanimation to some extent under Major West. Sir Eric Moreland Clapman Lee, DSO, was the greatest surgeon in our division, and had been hastily assigned to the St. Eloi sector when news of the heavy fighting reached headquarters. He had come in an airplane piloted by the intrepid Lieutenant Ronald Hill, only to be shot down when directly over his destination. The fall had been spectacularly and awful. Hill was unrecognizable afterward, but the wreck yielded up the great surgeon in a nearly decapitated but otherwise intact condition. West had greedily seized the lifeless thing which had once been his friend and fellow scholar, and I shuddered when he finished severing the head, placing it in his hellish vat of pulpy reptile tissue to preserve it for further experiments, and to proceed to treat the decapitated body on the operating table. He injected new blood, joined certain veins, arteries, and nerves at the headless neck, and closed the ghastly aperture with an engrafted skin from an unidentified specimen which had borne an officer's uniform. I knew what he wanted: to see if this highly organized body could exhibit without its head any of the signs of mental life which had distinguished Sir Eric Moreland Clapman Lee. Once a student of reanimation, this silent trunk was now gruesomely called upon to exemplify it. I can see Herbert West under the sinister electric light as he injected his reanimating solution into the arm of the headless body. The scene I cannot describe. I should faint if I tried it. For there is madness in a room full of classified charnel things, with blood and lesser human debris almost ankle deep on the slimy floor, and with hideous reptilian abnormalities sprouting and bubbling and baking over in winkish blue-greenish spectre of the dim flame in a far corner of the black shadows. The specimen was as West repeatedly observed, had a splendid nervous system. Much was expected of it, and as a few twitching motions began to appear, I could see the feverish interest on West's face. He was ready, I think, to see proof of his increasingly strong opinion that consciousness, reason, and personality can exist independently of the brain, that man has no central connective spirit, but is merely a machine of nerves matter, each section more or less complete in itself. In one triumphant demonstration, West was about to relegate the mystery of life to a category of myth. The body now twitched more vigorously, and beneath our avid eyes commenced to heave in a frightful way. The arms stirred disquietingly, the legs drew up, and various muscles contracted in a repulsive kind of writhing. Then the headless thing threw out its arms in a gesture which was unmistakably one of desperation, an intelligent desperation apparently sufficient to prove every theory of Herbert West. Certainly the nerves were recalling the man's last act in life, the struggle to get free from the falling airplane. What followed I shall never positively know. It may have been wholly an hallucination from the shock caused at that instant by the sudden and complete destruction of the building in a cataclysm of German shellfire. Who can gainsay it? Since West and I were the only proved survivors. West liked to think that before his recent disappearance, but there were times when he could not, for it was queer that we both had the same hallucination. The hideous occurrence itself was very simple, notably only for what it implied. The body on the table had risen with a blind and terrible groping, and we had heard a sound. I should not call that sound a voice, for it was too awful, and yet its timbre was not the most awful thing about it. Neither was its message. It had merely screamed, "Jump, Ronald! For God's sake, jump!" The awful thing was its source, for it had come from the large covered vat in the ghoulish corner of the crawling black shadows. Chapter 6. The Tomb Legions. When Dr. Herbert West disappeared a year ago, the Boston police questioned me closely. They suspected that I was holding something back, and perhaps suspected even graver things, but I could not tell them the truth because they would not have believed it. They knew, indeed, that West had been connected with activities beyond the credence of ordinary men, for his hideous experiments in the reanimation of dead bodies had long been too extensive to admit of perfect secrecy, but the final soul-shattering catastrophe held elements of demonic fantasy which make even me doubt the reality of what I saw. I was West's closest friend and only confidential assistant. We had met years before in a medical school, and from the first I had shared his terrible researches. He had slowly tried to perfect a solution, which, injected into the veins of the newly deceased, would restore life, a labor demanding an abundance of fresh corpses, and therefore involving the most unnatural actions. Still more shocking were the products of some of the experiments, grisly masses of flesh that had been dead, but that West had waked to a blind, brainless, nauseous animation. These were the usual results, for in order to reawaken the mind it was necessary to have specimens so absolutely fresh that no decay could have possibly affected their delicate brain cells. This need for very fresh corpses had been West's moral undoing. They were hard to get, and one awful day he had secured his specimen while it was still alive and vigorous. A struggle, a needle, and a powerful alkaloid had transformed it to a very fresh corpse, and the experiment had succeeded for a brief and memorable moment, but West had emerged with a soul calloused and seared, and a hardened eye, which sometimes glanced with a kind of hideous and calculating appraisal at men of especially sensitive brain and especially vigorous physique. Toward the last I became acutely afraid of West, for he began to look at me in that way. People did not seem to notice his glances, but they noticed my fear, and after his disappearance used that as a basis for some absurd suspicions. West, in reality, was more afraid than I, for his abominable pursuits entailed a life of furtiveness and dread of every shadow. Partly it was the police he feared, but sometimes his nervousness was deeper and more nebulous, touching on certain indescribable things into which he had injected a morbid life, and from which he had not seen that life depart. He usually finished his experiments with a revolver, but a few times he had not been quick enough. There was that specimen on whose rifled grave marks of clawing were later seen. There was also that of the Arkham professor's body, which had done cannibal things before it had been captured and thrust unidentified into a madhouse cell at Stefton, where it beat the walls for 16 years. Most of the other possibly surviving results were things less easy to speak of, for in later years West's scientific zeal had degenerated into an unhealthy fascination of mania, and he had spent his chief skill in vitalizing not entire human bodies, but isolated body parts, or parts joined to organic matter other than human. It had become fiendishly disgusting by the time he disappeared. Many of the experiments could not even be hinted at this print. Could not even be hinted at in this print. The Great War, through which both of us served as surgeons, has intensified this side of West. In saying that West's fear of his specimens was nebulous, I have in mind particularly its complex nature. Part of it came merely from knowing of the existence of such nameless monstrosities, while another part arose from apprehension of the bodily harm they might under certain circumstances do to him. Their disappearance added horror to the situation. Of them all, West knew the whereabouts of only one, the pitiful asylum thing. Then there was a more subtle fear, a very fantastic sensation resulting from a curious experiment in the Canadian Army in 1915. West, in the midst of a severe battle, had reanimated Major Sir Eric Morland Clapman E. DSO, a fellow physician who knew about his experiments and could only have duplicated them. The head had been removed so that the possibilities of quasi-intelligent life in the trunk might be investigated. Just as the building was wiped out by German shell, there had been a success. The trunk had moved intelligently and unbelievably to relate. We both were sickeningly sure that articulate sounds had come from the detached head as it lay in a shadowy corner of the laboratory. The shell had been merciful in a way, but West could never feel certain, as he wished, that we too were the only survivors. He used to make shuddering conjectures about the possible actions of a headless physician with the power of reanimating the dead. West's last quarters were in the venerable house of much elegance overlooking one of the oldest burying grounds in Boston. He had chosen the place for the purely symbolic and fantastically aesthetic reasons, since most of the interments were of the colonial period and therefore of little use to a scientist seeking very fresh bodies. The laboratory was in a sub-cellar secretly constructed by imported workmen and contained a huge incinerator for the quiet and complete disposal of such bodies. The laboratory was in a sub-cellar secretly constructed. I already read that. Secretly constructed by imported workmen and containing a huge incinerator for the quiet and complete disposal of such bodies, or fragments and synthetic mockeries of bodies, as might remain from the morbid experiments and unhallowed amusements of the owner. During the excavation of the cellar, the workmen had struck some exceedingly ancient masonry, undoubtedly connected with the old burying ground, yet far too deep to correspond with any known sepulchre therein. After a number of calculations, West decided that it represented some secret chamber beneath the tomb of the Averiles, where the last interment had been made in 1768. I was with him when he studied the nitrous-dripping walls laid bare by the spades and the mattocks of the men, and was prepared for the gruesome thrill which would attend the uncovering of centuries' grave secrets. But for the first time, West's new timidity conquered his natural curiosity, and he betrayed his degenerating fibre by ordering the masonry left intact and plastered over. Thus it remained till that final hellish night, part of the walls of the secret laboratory. I speak of West's decadence, but must add that it was purely mental and but it was a purely mental and intangible thing. Outwardly, he was the same to the last, calm, cold, slight, yellow-haired, with spectacled blue eyes, and a general aspect of a youth which years and fears seemed never to change. He seemed calm, even when he thought of that clawed grave, and looked over his shoulder when he thought of the carnivorous thing that gnawed and pawed at Sefton bars. The end of Herbert West began one evening in our joint study when he was dividing his curious glance between the newspaper and me. A strange headline item had struck at him from the crumpled pages, and a nameless Titan claw had seemed to reach down through 16 years. Something fearsome and incredible had happened at Sefton Asylum 50 miles away, stunning the neighborhood and baffling the police. In the small hours of the morning, a body of a silent man had entered the grounds, and their leader had aroused the attendants. He was a menacing military figure who talked without moving his lips, and whose voice seemed almost ventriloquially connected with an immense black case he carried. His expressionless face was handsome to the point of radiant beauty, but had shocked the superintendent when the hall light had fallen on it, for it was a wax face with eyes of painted glass. Some nameless accident had befallen this man. A larger man guided his steps, a repellent hulk whose bluish face seemed half-eaten by some unknown malady. The speaker had asked for the custody of the cannibal monster committed from Arkham 16 years before, and upon being refused gave a signal which precipitated a shocking riot. The fiends had beaten, trampled, and bitten every attendant who did not flee, killing 4 and finally succeeding in the liberation of the monster. These victims, who could recall the event without hysteria, swore that the creatures had acted less like men than like unthinkable automata guided by the wax-faced leader. By the time help could be summoned, every trace of the men and their mad charge had vanished. From the hour of reading this item until midnight, West sat almost paralyzed. At midnight the doorbell rang, startling him fearfully. All the servants were asleep in the attic, so I answered the bell. As I have told the police, there was no wagon in the street, but only a group of strange-looking figures bearing a large square box, which they deposited in the hallway after one of them had grunted in a highly unnatural voice, "Express, prepaid." They filed out of the house with a jerky tread, and as I watched them go, I had an odd idea that they were turning toward the ancient cemetery on which the back of the house abutted. When I slammed the door after them, West came downstairs and looked at the box. It was about 2 feet square and bore West's correct name and present address. It also bore the inscription, "From Eric Moreland's Clapham Lee, St. Eloi, Flanders." 6 years before, in Flanders, a shelled hospital had fallen upon the headless reanimated truck of Dr. Chaplain Lee, and upon the detached head which, perhaps, had uttered articulate sounds. West was not even excited now. His condition was more ghastly. Quickly he said, "It's the finish, but let's incinerate this." We carried the thing down to the laboratory, listening. I do not remember many particulars. You can imagine my state of mind, but it is a vicious lie to say it was Herbert West's body which I put into the incinerator. We both inserted the wholly unopened box, closed the door, and started the electricity. Nor did any sound come from the box after all. It was West who first noticed the falling plaster on that part of the wall where the ancient tomb masonry had been covered up. I was going to run, but he had stopped me. Then I saw a small black aperture, felt a ghoulish wind of ice, and smelled the charnel bowels of putrescent earth. There was no sound, but just then the electric lights went out, and I saw outlined against some phosphorescence of the nether world a horde of silent, toiling things which only insanity or worse could create. Their outlines were human, semi-human, fractionally human, and not human at all. The horde was grotesquely heterogeneous. They were removing the stones quietly, one by one, from the centuried wall, and then, as the breach became large enough, they came into the laboratory in single file, led by a stalking thing with a beautiful head made of wax. A sort of mad-eyed monstrosity behind their leader seized on Herbert West. West did not resist or utter a sound. Then they all sprang at him and tore him to pieces before my eyes, bearing the fragments away into the subterranean vault of fabulous abominations. West's head was carried off by the wax-headed leader who wore a Canadian officer's uniform. As it disappeared, I saw that the blue eyes behind the spectacles were hideously blazing with their first touch of frantic, visible emotion. Servants found me unconscious in the morning. West was gone. The incinerator contained only unidentifiable ashes. Detectives have questioned me, but what can I say? The Sefton tragedy, that they will not connect with West, nor the men with the box, whose existence they deny. I told them of the vault, and pointed to the unbroken plaster wall and laughed. So I told them no more. They implied that I am either a madman or a murderer. Probably I am mad, but I might not be mad if those accursed tomb legions had not been so silent. That is the end of the Reanimator. Quite literally. Whew, sorry about stumbling over my words. The more I read and the faster I get caught up in it, the more I stumble. My eyes start going too fast for my mouth. What'd you think of the last part you caught, A Jug of Milk? But Orlandia, you heard the whole thing. Yeah. Well, maybe starting next week. I'm not entirely sure yet. I'm going to start reading through the book I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Um, yeah, he is weird. And he writes very, like his first person, but there's very little dialogue ever in his stories. Well, none that I'm aware of. However, it is general sort of consensus that he was insane. Aw, thanks. But there's a lot of kind of legends about him, particularly from those who are of the more superstitious tendencies. Yeah, many religious folk actually believed him to be like demon possessed and stuff. That some of the things he described were like visions from demonic influence, but you know. Let's see here. On June 11th, um, hang on a second here. In late 1936, he witnessed the publication of The Shadow over Innsmouth as a paperback book. However, Lovecraft was displeased, as his book was riddled with errors. It sold slowly, and only approximately 200 copies were bound. The remaining copies were destroyed after the publisher went out of business. By this point, Lovecraft's literary career had reached its end. Shortly after having written his last original story, The Haunter of the Dark, he stated that the hostile reception of At the Mountains of Madness had done more than anything to end my effective fictional career. On June 11th, Robert E. Howard committed suicide after being told that his mother would not awaken from her coma. His mother died shortly thereafter. This deeply affected Lovecraft, who consoled Howard's father. Almost immediately, Lovecraft wrote a brief memoir titled In Memoriam, Robert Irvin Howard. Meanwhile, Lovecraft's physical health was deteriorating. He was suffering from an affliction that he referred to as gripe or grippy. I'm not sure. Due to his fear of doctors, Lovecraft was not examined until a mere month before his death. After seeing a doctor, he was diagnosed with a terminal cancer of the small intestine. He remained hospitalized until he died. He lived in constant pain until his death on March 15, 1937, in Providence. In accordance with his lifelong scientific curiosity, he kept a diary of his illness until he was physically incapable of holding a pen. Lovecraft was listed along with his parents on the Phillips family monument. In 1977, fans erected a headstone in Swan Point ceremony on which they inscribed his name, the dates of his birth and death, and the phrase, "I am Providence," a line from one of his personal letters. Yeah, I haven't read his full biography, but from what I understand, he lived an unhappy life. Anyway, my voice is struggling a little bit, so I don't think I'm going to be able to read anymore. Pardon me. So, this next Thursday, I will probably continue reading some. The Music of Eric Zahn is the next short story in the book. And then The Lurking Fear, which is one that I've been wanting to read for a while. So, I might go through that. My apologies. It's a good reason why I put like 2 days between my readings. I'm scheduled to finish at 2 o'clock. But yeah, what do you guys want to do? Or I don't know here. I might just end the stream early. This guy likes to grind his teeth, doesn't he? Yeah. Surprise! My usual face is this one. Just because I quite enjoy actually how well the the mouth articulates, if that's the right word. It's got quite good expression, I think. But then yeah, I'm not like one. I'm not a huge fan of my face, but two, I don't really want my face out there in public. Like I'm kind of a private guy, really. Um, So I'm hoping that, if I get kind of big enough, I might be able to afford someone to design me a 3D face model, um, probably based on a character from my book. I think that'd be pretty cool. Um, but for the time being, I'm just using these preset ones. One of my favorites of which is this one, just because it's absolutely fucking adorable. Little puppy. Yeah. I oh, sorry. My apologies. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit weird in that way, I guess. Like, I don't really like to even tell people, like, which continent I live on. I'm a little paranoid, but anyway, I think I'm going to call it there. I have job application stuff to do, so hopefully that'll pay out. Need to write a game guide. Hopefully it'll do all right. Um, I applied for a freelance author position with Game Rent. Um, I don't know if I'll get it. Two, I don't know if it'll really be able to do it. Three, I don't know if it'll pay enough, but it's better than nothing, I'm currently out of money. Yeah, yeah. I wish I could do more like creative writing rather than like journal kind of writing, but yeah, I haven't worked since June. Um, I got kind of laid off. Well, not exactly. It was I got put on paid medical PMFLA, paid medical family leave, something like that. Because I had a mental breakdown, uh, and so I wasn't able to work. And then recently, I asked my job to lay me off so that I could try to get some benefits, which haven't come through. So now I have absolutely no income and I have no money. So, yay. Yeah, that's tough. I'm glad you're back at it though. I would like to, but unfortunately, the job I had required a lot of interpersonal work. Um, I was a therapist for foster kids, um, and so it's kind of hard to do that job when you can't leave the house. um, and it was very mentally straining for me. So I I would like to go. I would kind of like to go back to it because I really enjoyed the workplace and then my boss. Like they were great people, but one, I don't think I'm mentally ready yet, and two, because of the pandemic, it's pretty much impossible for me to actually get the hours I need. So I had to look elsewhere for income. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not expecting 21 to be any better, but that's just my realism come through. Jeez. Yeah, that's kind of bullshit. I do feel like kind of trying to go back into the dating world. I feel like really kind of foolish because it's like, one, I have no money, and then two, it's like I have no job, I have no direction. Like, what can I offer a relationship? But you know, oh well. You applied for 800 jobs. Fucking hell. Damn. Were you able to get on unemployment benefits? I haven't managed to get mine to go through. Um, they, I don't know if I just didn't fill out the forms right or something. They're like, I don't know. I don't know if they really allow for like mental illness or something. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I've been on unemployment before in England. It wasn't fun. But if I don't find some money this month, I lose my house. So I'm kind of desperate. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have some family who would try and help me out a bit, but my family's pretty poor as well, so it's not like they can really do a whole lot. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that's why I'm applying for Game Rant. Um, yeah. All right, I'm going to sign off. Thank you for attending. I really appreciate the audience, your viewership, your time. It means a lot to me. Um, if you like, let other people know about me. That would be great. um, and my landlord, I think, is knocking on my door again, so I got to dash. Um, but I'll see you guys next time. Alright, actually just quickly while I'm here, that was a really short stop. I'm going to try and raid someone. But the question is whom? Joshua Kip. Let's see here. He's doing a first playthrough of Dark Souls. If you want to mock him a little bit. Yeah, why not? That sounds fun. Let's see here. Ah, sorcerer build as well for a first playthrough. Hell yeah. Alright, I'm afraid that, one strange thing, for some reason my, oh wait, hang on. Oh cool, it's still there, okay. We'll do this then. Go /raid Joshua Kip. Alright.
An Orlando? Yeah, I mean, I don't even like it. Yeah, sorry, I just fought someone I didn't want to fight. That's messed up. Didn't even let him finish their monologue. I thought they were gonna kill me immediately, dude. Stockholm Syndrome? No, but I love them, dude. Screw them and the gods. Yo! Chuck! Thank you so much for the raid. What's going on? What's going on? Hi, were you playing some Dark Souls? I hope you had a good time. They weren't real, but then how did I even fight them, dude? Well, at least I got a Firekeeper soul. What's up? I'll have to look up on YouTube what... Wait. Why are all... The enemies are all gone? What the heck? Is the blacksmith gone? Well, that's... Thank God. I'm glad they're all gone. I don't have to worry about it. I was reading H.P. Lovecraft's short stories. That sounds very cool. Heck yeah. Well, welcome. I hope you had a really nice stream. That sounds very cool. Nice. Very cool. Yeah, this is my first playthrough, so you know, we're trying our best, but I really appreciate it. But yeah, have you played all of the Dark Souls games? And how do you feel about Dark Souls 2? I have to ask. Yeah, you are nothing but a pawn to the gods. Fight back against the liars, but I don't know, man. She was beautiful. I don't know, dude. But yeah, that sounds like a very cool time. There's a new boss now if you go to the lower floors with the stair elevator. Oh. I'm guessing you mean the one in this chamber? Let's just explore. Let's see what we can find. Let's see. You've never met... Oh, I keep forgetting. Wait, who's this? Hello? What? Why? Wait. Are you... What? Who are you? What's going on? You're not, like, very normal-looking knights. Who are you? Hello? I really don't know who you are. Who are you people? Oh man, y'all are strong, buddies. But as long as I kind of like stay here, hopefully they shouldn't be able to hit me too bad. Hopefully. Cheesing with the magic, cheesing with the magic. As you do every day. That's rough though. That's a big hit. That's a big hit. I'm glad I didn't get hit by him. But who are you? You're kind of cool looking. You're not all hollowed out. Kind of, probably kind of jealous I'm all beef jerkied out and you're not. I understand. The beef jerky is alluring. Oh. I just need you to stand by. And just, you know, put your shield down. Put your shield down now. I was reading the... Ooh. Nice. Very cool. Oh my god, Alex! Yo! Hi! It's been a hot second. How are you? Oh my god. Hello, hello. Here's my take on its own. It's an okay game. Yeah, that's what I hear. It's like, on its own, it's good, but in comparison with the others, it's kind of just... It's just a different game. Oh, Pog. Pog. Oh god. But, however, I don't consider it part of the Dark Souls series interesting. I mean, that's fair, you know? That's what I hear a lot of people say. There's some good magic in the game. I'm excited for that. Pog. But yeah, Happy New Year, too. Happy holidays. I hope you had a really nice time. And hopefully this new year, you know, things will turn up slowly but surely. Yeah, it's more like Lord of the Fallens to me. Lord of the Fallen. I haven't even heard of that game. Nice, sorry, I appreciate it. Thank you. You know, I hope they're funny. I hope you like them. It's kind of hard to get into Dark Souls 2 because it looks like it should play like Dark Souls 1, but a lot of things are slightly off. I see. It's a little bit misleading, I'm assuming. But I hear it's very pretty. I hear Dark Souls 2 aesthetics and people really like it. Almost broke my controller. I mean, then, if you don't almost break your controller, are you not... Are you playing Dark Souls? I wonder if there's any other people to fight. Oh, this looks like not... This looks a little dangerous. Oh, can I fight you?